Good morning everybody. Firing up the live again. Firing up the live, day 55. As usual, if you are watching this on the 2U, please consider subscribing to the channel and liking the video. It helps immensely. This is day number 55 of the live. Day 55 of the live. You might hear that a lot today. Day 55 of the live. Day 55 of the live. It's got a nice ring to it. Got my decent Wi-Fi back. And the decent Wi-Fi is what we want. We are at 5:15. All right. Just got her turned on here. Get a few things. All right, well, welcome in for day 55 of the live, where we debate Christians. So come on in. We just turned it on. If you're into the debates, this is the place for you. So we'll make sure somebody wins or loses. Usually. Try our best anyhow. Try to keep it black and white. Let's see who's right and who's wrong. That's what we like to do up in here. Okay, what's up, my buddy? Good morning. Just fired it up a little early this morning. We did get the good Wi-Fi back though, so that's cool. That's totally cool. What's up, IK? How do? Day 55 of the live coming up. Yeah, I was already up. I actually been up for a while, so I jumped on early today. Figured we'd go ahead and get some stuff out the way. Get some, absolutely not this God. Maybe some other God, but not the God of the Bible. I would, not worship this God because it's absolutely horrible. It's a horror story of a God. The cruelest of the cruel gods. The awfulest awful. Thank you. I appreciate that. I do what I can. Well, come on in if you like debates. This will be the spot for you. You can watch a undereducated hick from Alabama perform an intellectual takedown of Christian doctrine and logic and faith. And pretty much all of it, I think. So you would prefer hell. I don't think hell's real, man. That's a little scare attack made to scare simpletons and young children. Don't concern me too much. If I had to pick between hell and worshiping this God, though, I'm picking hell because this God is absolutely horrible. Thank you for the likes. I appreciate that. Y'all tap that screen for me if you don't mind. Get this algorithm flowing this morning. Got the good Wi-Fi back. Hell is worse. Hell is imaginary. Appreciate you. Thank you, IK. Lagging up this morning. Thank you for the roses, buddy. I appreciate the shit out of you. Hitting the goals help the algorithm a lot, especially with gifts. TikTok likes the gifts. Turns out when you give them money, they tend to work a little harder for you. It definitely helps the channel a lot. A whole lot. All right. Well, here any minute. Thank you, buddy. I sure appreciate the gifts there. And I'm sure any minute now we will be getting our some guests up in here to debate on. We usually always do. Never have much of an issue getting guests to debate. Oh, you're definitely going to hell? Oh, yeah, I'm sure I am. I'll take hell all day over worshiping this horrible deity. Thank you so much, IK. Shit, I'm going to hit the gold over here. Too quick. Anticoli, if you're a Christian and you requested up on purpose, just hang out a couple minutes, maybe 2 more minutes tops, and we'll let a few people get up in here and I'll bring you up. and we can have us a good old conversation. Okay, you are lighting it up. Thank you. Damn. IK bringing the gift heat this morning. Bringing the gift heat. Appreciate that. Let's see. Well, still gonna. And again, Anta, hang out for just a minute if you requested up on purpose, and I'll bring you in. We'll get the day started here. Got quite a while I can roll on if the show's going well today, so thanks so much. Thanks, David. I appreciate the crap out of that. Y'all making it rain on me this morning already. All right. Ooh. Oh, I guess we don't have a person in the box yet. Must not have been on purpose. Anyway, I'm sure we'll get us a zero prophecy. Not even one. That's what zero means. Not even one. Zero as in zero. That's for sure. So, oh, there's Anta. All right, let's try to bring up Anta. Anta, are you there? Anta Coley?
Hello, brother. How are you
Hey, what's up,
doing?
man? Doing well. Are you over 18?
May the Lord bless you for standing for the truth and the right of the Christianity, bro.
Yeah, I thank you. Good morning, Dugald. Are you over 18, Anta? Hello?
Yeah, great. I'm a Christianity.
Yeah, are you over 18?
I'm a Christianity as well, brother.
Are you over
And
18?
greetings from the Gambia. Have you ever traveled to Africa or the Gambia before?
I have not. Are you over 18? I don't think he's got a very good signal or good English skills, so. Prove he fulfilled zero prophecy. Come up and I will. Come on up. That's what we do every day. Yeah. Oh, weird already. All right. Fake wheel way. I don't know what that means. Fake, are you there?
Yeah, what's up?
What's up, man? Are you over 18?
Yeah, I'm 20.
Cool. Are you one of the Christians?
Yeah, I am. I just had a question about zero prophecy. That's the only thing I want to talk about.
Oh, cool. Yeah, that's one of the topics up here.
Yeah, I just want to know, like, for your claim he filled zero prophecy, like, what do you base that on?
Base it on the book, what the context of the stories. When the New Testament says like the first two chapters of Matthew gives you 5 prophecies that Jesus supposedly fulfills, but if you just go read them, they're never what the New Testament says they're talking about. That's why I say it doesn't fulfill a single prophecy. It doesn't actually do anything the Old Testament says the Messiah is supposed to do.
Not even like in Isaiah where it says someone's going to clear a path out of the wilderness for him, and then John does that, and then Jesus fulfills what it's talking about.
No, because Isaiah doesn't say that about a Messiah. He clears the way in the wilderness for the exiles coming out of Babylon, is what that's about.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It's Isaiah chapter 40.
I just want to know how, like, for example, it's like Christians say that he fulfilled like however many prophecies, and you're saying out of those, it's like not even one. Not even one. To me,
Yeah,
that's
Christians
crazy.
believe them all, but they don't actually investigate it properly. You have to cherry pick lines to make them about Jesus. You can't get there from the actual context. The context of the stories never have anything to do with Jesus.
Oh, okay.
Never. Like, you've undoubtedly heard of the prophecy about the virgin birth of the Messiah, haven't you?
Of course.
Yeah, that's from Isaiah chapter 7. But if you actually go read the chapter, the child called Emmanuel is actually Isaiah's son, and that prophecy has nothing to do with the Messiah. It's about the Assyrian invasion in Judah.
Even when it says that he's to be called mighty God.
That's chapter 9, and that's a different prophecy. That's about Hezekiah. That's what Hezekiah means, the name. That's what I'm saying. Contextually, you'll never get to Jesus through the actual context of the Old Testament. They never have anything to do with what the New Testament says they do. Not a single time. Still there?
That's pretty interesting, bro. Oh yeah, I'll check more into that.
Oh, well, I can give you some more examples if you want.
Yeah, for sure.
For example, what happened to my Matthew tab here? Just a second. I don't know what happened to my Matthew tab. Anyway, in Matthew chapter 2, the last supposed prophecy that he gives, says there's a prophecy about being called a Nazarene. In verse 23, it says, "There he made his home in a town called Nazareth, so that what had been spoken through the prophets might be fulfilled. He will be called a Nazarene." So any care to venture a guess where that prophecy is at in the Old Testament?
I would assume Isaiah again, probably.
Yeah, it's not in there at all, actually. It's almost like Matthew's just making stuff up. There is no prophecy anywhere in the Bible about anybody being called a Nazarene.
Wow.
Yeah. It's pretty rough.
All right, keep going.
You want some more?
Yeah, sure.
All right. How about this one? Matthew chapter 2, the escape to Egypt. Then Joseph got up, took the child and his mother by night, and went to Egypt, and remained there until the death of Herod. This is to fulfill what had been spoken by the Lord through the prophet. "Out of Egypt I have called my son." So he's quoting a prophecy there about Jesus coming out of Egypt, right?
Yeah.
You know where that prophecy is from?
I'm gonna guess it's probably from Exodus.
It's actually from Hosea 11. And if you read the whole sentence, see what Matthew did there was cherry-picked half a sentence and applied it to Jesus like it's a prophecy being fulfilled. But if you read the whole sentence, it says, "When Israel was a child, I loved him, and out of Egypt I called my son." And it says, "The more I called from them, the more they went from me, and they kept sacrificing to the Baals and offering incense to idols." So this isn't even a prophecy. This is Matthew using half a sentence that's just retelling the Exodus narrative. It's not even a prophecy. So how Matthew made this a prophecy about Jesus seems to be a complete fabrication to me.
All right, any more?
There's a bunch more. They're all like this.
So how many prophecies was there meant to be of Jesus? Do you know?
If you ask a typical Christian, they'll say there's hundreds of them. But if you actually look through the New Testament, there's probably more like 30-something that it explicitly says he fulfills. That I know of, anyway.
And so, like, out of those, like, 30 that are explicitly fulfilled, you're telling me, like, they're all out of context and whatnot?
Yeah, some of them aren't even prophecies. And the other ones, like the Nazarene thing, it's not even in there. So it's almost like the New Testament's just completely making stuff up about the Old Testament. Whoever wrote Matthew definitely couldn't read the actual Hebrew, and what he did read from the Old Testament in Greek, he obviously didn't understand what was going on. He was just trying to make it about Jesus however he could. But he did it quite lazily.
And, like, how about even with, like, Isaiah 53, that's, like, one of the most common ones for a prophecy about him being a savior and, you know, taking on the pain for our iniquities and transgressions. And then he does that.
Yeah, but that's not about Jesus. That's, again, one of those things that Isaiah tells you over and over again who the suffering servant actually is, and it's multiple people. Just like we just read in Hosea. It says, "When Israel was a child, I loved him, and out of Egypt I called my son." So the Old Testament's constantly referring to Israel as a he, him, right? A son. So it's doing the same thing in Isaiah 53. It's just referring to the suffering servant as a whole, but that's actually multiple people. It's the nation of Israel being chastised in the Babylonian captivity.
So if it's multiple people and people interpret it as Jesus, how could that be wrong then? If it's multiple,
If it's multiple people, then it's not contextually talking about one person. It's talking about multiple people. That's why that you can't say the suffering servant is one single person when it's clearly not, according to Isaiah.
but like I know what you're trying to say, right? But like if it's talking about multiple people, and then it like focuses on about a specific one person took on, death for all sins, then like how is that multiple people though?
It's Israel. They're being chastised in the Babylonian captivity. That's what it tells you about that in chapter 52. But this is how you know what it's about multiple people. Like in Isaiah 43, verse 10 here, it says, "You are my witnesses, says the Lord." That's multiple people. "And my servant, whom I have chosen." So when he refers to the servant, he's referring to witnesses, multiple people, and they are the ones who are suffering. So, like I said, contextually, it's telling you over and over again that when it refers to Israel, or when it refers to a servant, it's referring to Israel, actually.
I see.
It says it 8 or 9 times explicitly through the middle of Isaiah there. I'll show you. But now, this is chapter 44. It says, "But hear now, O Jacob, my servant, Israel, whom I have chosen. Remember these things, O Jacob and Israel, for you are my servant. I formed you. You are my servant, O Israel. Do not forget me." Like it's saying over and over again that the servant is Israel.
Do you have like a website or anything you're getting this stuff from where I could check it out, or?
No, I'm just reading the Bible.
No,
This is chapter. Yeah, it says it in chapter 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 48, and 49. All have references to the suffering servant being multiple people.
So
it's all clear to read.
No, I'm not gonna I'm not here to argue with you or disagree. I'm just here to get your point of view. That's all. Just have a conversation about it.
Right. Yeah, I got you. Like if you read Isaiah chapter 7, like the first couple paragraphs, you can read it in a couple minutes, but it's clearly telling you what's going on and prefacing what's happening, why Emmanuel needs to be given as a sign. But it's because 2 kings from Assyria are attacking King Ahaz in Judah, and he's really, really scared. So Isaiah gives him the sign of Emmanuel to say, by the time this child knows how to tell right from wrong, the 2 kings from Assyria who are attacking you are going to have the lands deserted. You won't have to worry about it anymore. Then in chapter 8, there's actually another child born. Maher-shalal El-Supreme Shekim Hazbaz is the next child born in chapter 8. And then at the end of that, Isaiah says these sons are literally signs that God are given for Israel. So, I mean, they're Isaiah's children. You just actually got to read it, you know what I mean, to know what it's talking about. Isaiah's kind of hard, though, because it's written like a big poem.
Yeah, and so for these, is this just like, is this a common interpretation, or is this just your own?
It's just my own. Well, I mean, I'm sure there's plenty of scholars that agree with me. I actually learned most of this from Tovia Singer, the Jewish rabbi. These are Jewish interpretations. But, I mean,
of course. I would say, of course, there's going to be a lot of Jewish people who would reject it. I mean, obviously, right? But
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, you can listen to them and they'll give you interpretations, but you don't need it. You can just read it. Like in chapter 7, it says the 2 kings from Assyria are attacking King Ahaz in Jerusalem, trying to conquer it. I mean, it's pretty clear. You don't need somebody to show you what all this stuff means. It's pretty obvious. In most cases, anyway.
Yeah, so you're saying, so pretty much if I were to just read this on my own with no knowledge about Christianity or anything, I wouldn't come to the conclusion that Jesus fulfills any prophecy or that.
Oh, no. Yeah, no. Yeah, if you didn't have the New Testament and you just read the Old Testament, I mean, it's telling its own story. Like, the New Testament is 500 years after all this, and then it's there coming along and writing it. They're just all they're doing in the New Testament is reinterpreting the Old to make it about Jesus. That's all they do, and they fail quite miserably, in my opinion. Especially Matthew.
Wait, wouldn't that mean though that Jesus didn't even exist or anything then, based on that?
No, he was probably a real person, but I think they were just coping with him not being who they thought that he was. Like the Messiahs aren't supposed to die. There's no dying Messiah in the Old Testament. And I also think that's why Jesus called Peter Satan. Like when Jesus told Peter that he was going to die, Peter started rebuking him. He said, "You can't die. You're not supposed to die." But I think in real life, well, I don't think that story actually happened, but I think they put it in there to say that, yeah, this isn't actually supposed to go this way, but it clearly did. You know what I mean? I think that's why they put that in there, was to try to clear that up, because there's not supposed to be a dying Messiah. There's no such thing. But Jesus died, so.
Are you gonna like, so from parts of like the New Testament though that would be like written like historically, for example, like they picked up stones to stone Jesus, right? Where like the
Right.
Jews and whatnot would claim he's a blasphemer and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
So would that not be him kind of fulfilling prophecy and stuff if he's claiming to be the God who dwells among the people?
No,
As we
there's
see
no
in like
prophecy
Zechariah.
about a Messiah coming and being God. That's crazy.
Yeah, but even in like Zechariah and stuff, we see that God's telling he's gonna like dwell amongst the people, right? So if Jesus is claiming to be that
Yeah,
person,
but that's in
and
the,
then
he does that in the temple. That's literally where God lives in the Old Testament. He lives in the one and only temple. There's only one temple in Judaism. I mean, they have different altars and stuff in different places, but there's literally only one temple. And that's where God physically lives.
I see. Yeah, that's pretty interesting, bro. But yeah, I think that's really all I came up here to talk about, was just that, oh wow, he didn't fulfill any prophecy, but yeah, so that's all, bro.
Yeah, I don't think he fulfilled a single one.
Yeah. It's been a nice, respectful conversation, bro, and I'll talk to you some other time, all right?
Yeah, have a good one, man.
All right, peace, bro.
I'll drop you back here. Have a good one, buddy. Damn, somebody said something funny there. His. I think I've talked to him before. He'd probably actually be good to talk to, but from what I remember, he can't track a conversation worth of crap. All right, let's try the next one. Simon, are you there?
I am here. How you doing, man?
Doing good, man. Thanks for asking. Are you over 18?
Yes, I'm over. I'm old as hell, bro.
I hear you. Are you a Christian?
Yeah, I mean, basically, yeah.
Okay, cool. So which one of these topics you want to debate us on here today?
I heard of quite a few things, man, and I think you do have an understanding of the Bible, and I think that's why you're not a Christian anymore.
Say
And
that again?
I think you have a good understanding of the basic summary of the Bible, and I believe that's why you're not a Christian anymore.
Oh, yeah, pretty much.
Because you understand that the Bible's for Israel.
Well, the Old Testament, yeah.
Well, basically the new one is saying the same thing. And then you
Kinda.
also
I do
said,
think Jesus thought Gentiles were going to be saved too, and in the Old Testament. But yeah, I get what you're saying there. So.
but you know, you obviously know the Bible, so you know Hosea 8:8, it says the Israelites going to be as Gentiles in the vessel. They're going to be called Gentiles in the vessel that's, unwelcome.
I don't know much about Hosea 8, but yeah, I mean,
Well, yeah, because the Gentiles are actually, but see, you have the Old Testament, so you understand the separation of the kingdoms, the southern and northern kingdom, right?
Yeah.
So the southern and northern kingdom separated because Solomon's son caused a division, right? So so what I'm saying is that the Bible is for Israel, so it would be pointless for you to be a Israelite. I mean, it would be pointless for you to be a Christian if you're not an Israelite. Would you agree?
Pretty much, yeah, I reckon.
Pretty good, man. Pretty good. But I did hear you say that Jesus would be born of the Virgin Mary thing. I don't think that.
Right. Yeah, I
I
don't either.
think that Joseph had sex with Mary and they had Jesus.
I think she just cheated on Joseph. I don't think Joseph was actually the father or anybody. Or
Damn, bro.
the kid they're talking about.
Okay,
Well, I
but
mean,
I
even the
think,
gospel says that Joseph didn't consummate the marriage until after Jesus was born.
yeah, because they was betrothed. So they weren't yet, they didn't consummate because they were betrothed. So, she was still promised to him. So I think that
Yeah,
Joseph
right.
had sex with her and just got her pregnant. And so he was trying to put her away, but then he was like, you can't put her away. So he had to end up just marrying her.
It could have been. Yeah, it's viable.
That's pretty good. And I heard you say that. So you feel like that the entire New Testament is a false narrative of Christ.
Pretty much. Yeah.
Okay. And so what prophecies, because I don't think he was meant to fulfill many prophecies, bro.
I don't either. I don't think he fulfills a single one, but he thought he was.
He
Definitely thought he was
do
fulfilling
fulfill
prophecies.
one. He does fulfill one. So you know how the Israelites had to get redeemed for their sins in the Old Testament, right? They had to do a sacrifice, right? You agree?
Sort of.
Yeah, they had to sacrifice a
Kind of. Yeah.
lamb, an animal, right? So he will be the sacrifice. That's what he fulfilled. So you said that he wasn't supposed to die as a Messiah, but he had to because he's the redemption of sin, because the temple will be destroyed in the near future for many years.
I don't think there's a prophecy about that. But
You don't think there's a prophecy? I mean,
there's
you
no
don't think
prophecy
that the
about a dude
law...
coming and being the sacrifice. That's
I give you that. That's a pretty good point. But I guess it would be the fulfillment of the law according to the Old Testament, I guess. But you're
according to the
saying
Old
that,
Testament, there is no fulfillment of the law. The law is going to go on until heaven and earth pass away.
and you don't think that Christ could be that fulfillment?
No, what's to fulfill?
Well, yeah, there has to be a sacrifice to get redemption for
No,
sins.
they don't. No. God says in Chronicles, he said, if you want forgiveness, just seek his face, pray, turn from your wicked ways, and he'll give you forgiveness.
That's true. You still got to sacrifice, though. And it also says without the
Well,
blood.
that's a ritual. That's like an atonement ritual. It's like a preemptive type thing there. But you don't even need blood for that. If it says if you can't afford a dove or a goat or whatever, it says just bring some fine
Bring
flour.
like a grain
So
offering.
you don't even have to have blood. Like just
or
get
a
something
seed
nice.
offering. Yeah, depending on your economic status. You're right about that. You're pretty good, bro. You actually got a lot better understanding than many Christians. So that's
Most
pretty
Christians
good.
don't read the Old Testament.
They don't
That's
read
why I use it.
exactly. That's why they don't understand the New Testament, because they don't read the old one.
Right.
So now,
So
let me ask you:
what are we actually debating here?
that I think that Christ is the fulfillment of the entire Bible, bro. I think that
Why would you think that?
I don't think no one's dealing with God at all from Genesis to Revelations.
It's a little strange.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Well, it says, what it says, that if any man look upon God, he'll die. Right?
Yeah, it says that, but a whole bunch of people see God and
Twice.
they're fine.
That's what I'm saying. So if that's the case, they not looking upon God. They looking on Christ.
Well, it just means the book can't get its story straight.
Maybe, but then who said I'm the Alpha and the Omega?
Some folks say God said that.
No, it's Christ said that, not God. So
That's in Isaiah.
It's also in Revelations. So
yeah, but that was before Christ. Isaiah don't say nothing about Jesus.
But that's my point. It's Christ talking the whole time.
Jesus don't even say anything original except for changing the laws, which you're not even supposed to do. So.
That's true, but it does say. But that's the whole point. No one is dealing with God. Everybody's dealing with Christ. Moses, everybody, Ezekiel, everybody, Isaiah, because no man can see God without dying. So that means God not dealing with men. So they dealing with the creator of the
Well, okay.
planet.
Well, what
Jesus
makes
is
this all about Jesus?
Jesus is the creator of the planet from Genesis to Revelations.
Why do you think that?
Because he says he's the Alpha and Omega. In Colossians, it says that the image of the invisible God who created everything. And then
Jesus
in John,
isn't God, though. That's just crazy.
huh?
Jesus isn't God, though.
Well, no, he's not God, but he's the God of this world.
He's not a god of anything. He was just a dude in the first century who got clapped for blasphemy and sedition.
Because you did say that Isaiah 9 and 6 was talking about Ezekiel, right?
Hezekiah.
Hezekiah, you said Hezekiah. And so when was Hezekiah the governor over the government of Israel? When was he the leader of the government of
He
Israel?
was a king.
He was a king, but he was the king in the land of Judah.
Yeah, he was still the king of the land.
But he wasn't
The
called
king from the line of
everlasting.
David.
He wasn't called everlasting Father. He wasn't called God. He wasn't called Prince of Peace. He wasn't called none of them
He
things.
was.
Where?
Yeah, he was. That's an enthronement prophecy is what that is.
That's in the what?
It's an enthronement prophecies. It's what they always did. It was titles they were given to princes when they were born. They were saying, "No, this person's going to be the king and he'll rule the world forever. And great will be his authority and stuff." It's literally just talking about bringing a king to kingliness.
Yeah, but where in the Old Testament do it say any of the kings of Judah was called God? Because you
It says
talking about
mighty
kings.
God.
You talking about the
That's
book
what
of
his name.
Kings.
That's what the name means.
Okay. All right.
These are all prophetic names. They all have meanings like this. It's not like Hezekiah literally means mighty God. Like even if you look up the modern meaning of that word, it's like the strength of God or strength in God. Like it has the strength, might. It's the same difference.
Yo, but you're not really showing me a scripture. See, you've been pretty good about scripture, but you're not really showing me that. You're showing me it from an outside source.
Well, that's what it means. I mean, you can look it up or whatever if you want, but
I mean, just a scripture.
either way, this ain't about Jesus. And verse 7
It is
says,
about
"Great will be
Jesus
his authority, and there shall be." No, it can't be. Jesus was never a king from the line of. He's not even from the line of David, and he's certainly not a king.
He's not from the line of who?
David.
Okay, so basically that Matthew genealogy you think is a lie.
No, that's a lie because for one thing, it goes through Jeconiah, and the line of Jeconiah is cursed in Jeremiah chapter 22.
That's because
So
Israel was
Matthew
cursed.
really, really poo-pooed that one, trying to give a genealogy for Jesus by going through a cursed line.
But Israel is cursed, according to Deuteronomy 28. Israel is
Not
cursed.
really.
Yes, Israel
Well,
is
when was
cursed.
Jesus ever a king? When was Jesus ever a king?
When Jesus was the king of when he was appointed king of the Jews.
Who appointed
During the-
Jesus the king of the Jews?
During
Where's the Bible
his
say that?
during his crucifix, bro, he was called the king of the Jews.
They were mocking him. They
It
put a
don't
crown
matter.
of thorn on his head and the sign above his head to mock him. You understand that mocking somebody's not declaring them the king of the country, right?
That may be true, but that still
I know it's true.
that still is a prophecy that got to be fulfilled, whether it's a mockery but it's still an actual
It's a
thing.
mockery, man. You can't say somebody being mocked is them being proclaimed the king of Israel.
But he is the king of Israel.
No, he's not.
But
He was
then you
never a
don't
king of
but
anything.
you don't believe in like Revelations and all that, right?
No, Revelation's about Rome. It tells you that.
It's about who?
It's about Rome.
And so you don't think America's Babylon or none of that. You think it's only Rome. And you don't think Rome is an extension, America's
Yeah, it
not an
says it's
extension of
Rome.
Rome?
No, it says it's Rome. It's a past event that
You
didn't
said
happen
what?
anyway. So, man. It's a past
Okay.
event that didn't happen anyway. So, like I said, there's no reason to trust the New Testament at all. They clearly have no clue what's going on in the Old Testament, and the Old Testament don't even get itself right. That's why I'm not a Jew or a Christian, because none of this is actually worth believing.
But you can't be because you're not the bloodline,
Can't be what?
a Jew or a Christian.
I don't want to be either one.
You
I don't
can't.
claim to be.
You know that. That's your understanding. You know you're not you can't be an Israelite or a Christian
Yeah, I know.
because you're
I used
not.
to be a Christian. I was a Christian until I was almost 30 years old.
No, you was Christianity. The only
Yeah, I
people
was
in the New
Christian.
Testament is Israelites, bro, that Paul and the apostles are speaking to. So
Yeah, I know.
Christ came to save Israel, bro, not the world. So you can't be
Well, no, he thought Gentiles could be saved too, and Isaiah spends nearly a whole chapter saying once the culmination of the prophecy of the Old Testament happens, that the whole world is going to come to Yahweh and keep His laws. So it is for everybody.
Now
But
you
the
just
Gentiles
quoting.
are
You just
beneath
said
the
there's no
Israelites.
prophecies. Now you quoting a prophecy.
I'm sorry, yeah, but it didn't happen.
Okay, so you understand that.
These
So
prophecies don't actually happen. Like some of them do, but they're past fulfillments. They're just parts of history that already happened as the only ones.
okay, so
But
let
these
me ask
eternal
you.
covenants in the Old Testament clearly didn't happen.
So you understand history then, because I've heard you talk about Babylon, Assyria, and all those different things. So you understand the history. So do you know the history? What captivity Israel was in before Rome, which is the New Testament?
They were in a couple captivities. They were in a Assyrian captivity and a Babylonian captivity, and
That's
Egypt if you count that.
Egyptian, Assyrian, Babylonian, Persian, Mede. But before the Romans captivity, before Matthew and after Malachi was the Greek captivity. So in the Greek
Okay.
captivity, bro, that whole Greek scriptures from that, which is the Apocrypha, explain the whole New Testament. That's what's missing with the understanding. So
I
that's what
don't know. I
makes
don't
the
think
New
the
Testament.
New
That's what
Testament
makes.
understands anything from the Old.
You're pretty good, man. I like you, bro. You actually better than most Christians I talk to because you actually know history and read. But I'm gonna tell you,
Okay.
bro. Yeah. So in the beginning, all of this, the prophecies of Christ is because He comes in the whole volume of the book. He was walking through the garden. Adam and Eve wasn't naked.
Christ?
Yeah, the trees was people.
No.
The trees was there. It was people. There was hundreds of thousands of people there. Adam and
Dude,
Eve.
it's crazy to say Christ is God. He doesn't even know stuff that
No,
God
He's not
knows. He
God.
gets
He's
stuff
not the
wrong from the
Father.
Old Testament. Like,
He's not the Father.
I know he's not. He's not even a prophet. He's just
He's
a
just a
dude who was delusional.
well, but you got to remember, no man on earth has ever dealt with God.
Yeah, especially Jesus.
And the New Testament, it doesn't say anything new, bro. It's completely
I
quoting
know. Yeah.
the Old Testament just in a different way. Everything in the New Testament is Old Testament quotes. So that lets you know that
Can't
the
even
New,
get those right.
huh?
I said, yeah, and it can't even get those right.
I mean, they're just worded differently, but it's good. You know, it's still
Yeah,
it's
but they're
every.
worded differently in an inconsistent manner.
What's not consistent?
Just for example, like when Matthew in chapter 1 quotes the prophecy from Isaiah 7, Matthew says a virgin will become pregnant. The Old Testament says a young woman is pregnant. So there's pretty big differences there. Even though the wording's similar, there's big differences.
Yeah, but in the Bible, the virgin don't mean the same thing. It has two meanings back then. Virgin just means a woman of marriageable age. So
Yeah, but it doesn't matter because either way, Emmanuel is Isaiah's son, and Emmanuel was assigned to King Ahaz in Judah. It has nothing to do with the Messiah or Jesus.
no, it doesn't because Christ was not immaculately conceived.
No.
He wasn't immaculately conceived. That's bad. That's false doctrine that was passed down from the
I
Catholic.
agree. So why trust any of this if they're getting crap like that wrong?
Well, because in the New Testament, when you read, you can understand that it's not immaculate conception. Just people don't read. It says it in the New Testament. It's just, because if you know the law from the Old Testament, you understand Joseph and Mary's betrothal, the promise to each other, what would happen if you got somebody pregnant, the shame that it would bring, all of these different things, how Mary went to go visit Elizabeth, and that's when Joseph and them got together. So if you just read the scriptures, you can get an understanding that there was no immaculate conception. Plus,
I agree with you.
that goes
But I don't
against the
understand why
law.
you would trust the New Testament when it's getting crap like that wrong, because that's pretty major boo-boo.
But it's not wrong. It's the people interpreting it that's wrong.
Well, it is wrong.
Well, yeah, there is no immaculate conception, and it says it in the New Testament. It says it.
Yeah, that's what makes it wrong.
So you think it should be an immaculate conception?
No.
Exactly. So there's
No,
not.
it's saying that it is when it's not, but it's literally everything that it's saying about Jesus is wrong and taken out of context from the Old Testament. Some of it's not even in there. So, I mean, I have no reason to think the New Testament's doing anything but lying.
Okay. So
Lying on the old.
okay, so in Isaiah, you quoted it 44, 41, 42, 44, that the servant is Israel and Israel is chosen, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's the same thing that the New Testament is saying. It doesn't
No.
include
The
everybody
New
else.
Testament's trying to make it about one guy who dies for sins. Like, that's crazy. That's not
No.
anything like the Old Testament saying.
No, actually, the New Testament is making it about the joining of the two kingdoms, the southern and northern kingdom. Because before Paul came, they dealt with the southern kingdom, which is Judah, Benjamin, and Levi. And when Paul came, he had to deal with the northern kingdom that was called Gentiles, which is Ephraim and Naphtali and Asher and all of that. So it's not really
It don't really
about,
matter because they're not getting nothing right anyway.
but it's not really about one person. It's more about the joining of the tribes.
Well, the New Testament's about one person. It's about Jesus.
No, it's about bringing together the tribes. First Christ, because he
What?
didn't talk to them. Yeah, because they didn't
Well,
deal
I mean,
with the.
I agree. Jesus was only preaching to Israel, but like it's ultimately all about the whole world. Like the Israelites think a lot of themselves. So I mean, the Gentiles are included in all this. They're just
Okay.
dogs compared to the Israelites. But
Hey, somebody wants to rebuke me, bro, because they don't like what I'm saying. You hear
somebody
that?
rebuked you?
They want to
I get
rebuke
rebuked
me
a
because
lot
they don't
too. I
like
don't
what
worry
I'm
about it too
saying,
much.
man. They're mad at me, bro. So they get madder at me than they are at you. Everybody's pissed at you. This is crazy. I did good if
Yeah,
if they more mad at me than you, because you're going in. You're talking hella shit, bro.
oh
You're
yeah, I
ta-
always do. They're used to me though. I mean,
they're used to you. Okay.
yeah, they're madder at you because you're supposed to be representing them, and they don't agree with you.
Yeah, they don't even agree with me. You know what I'm saying? They're like, no.
Yeah,
But I
well,
already knew my stuff is just as controversial as yours, bro. So, I
well,
didn't,
yeah, you
I
already got a
think
lot more
that,
knowledge than most Christians got about it. But
oh,
yeah, I
yeah, I
appreciate you coming
appreciate
out,
that,
buddy.
man. Thank you, bro. Yeah, I'm pretty good, man. I'm pretty
Yeah, no
good.
problem. Yeah, you
But,
do what you can there. But I'm gonna drop you back here. But I appreciate you coming up, man. But we got a really full queue here, and I want to try to give some more people a chance to talk here. But I appreciate you coming up. That was a cool conversation. We don't appreciate anything he says. They didn't like anything you said, bro. What's up with that? I thought only God could rebuke. Oh man, I've tried talking to you before, man. I don't recall it going very well. Like I kept asking you questions and you couldn't track the conversation from what I recall. I mean, I'm not trying to like be an ass about it. I'm just from what I remember, that's how it went. So I mean, don't see much of a point in talking. All right, let's try the next one here. Hold on, one second. Pulling up 5. What proof do I have Jesus was delusional? because he thought he was going to be the king of the world because he rode a donkey into a city. Like, how delicious. It's like me thinking I'm going to be president of the U.S. because I ride a mule into Washington. Like, it makes no sense at all. It would make me delusional is what it would do. All right. Let's bring up the next one. Undoubtedly, some of these folks have already cut out. What's that? Tattoos are a sin. A sin according to who? Levitic law? Are you under Levitic law there, buddy? Hang out a minute. You might get to tell me. There's only one more person ahead of Elijah. So let's see here. They're probably not there anyway. All opinions are subjective. That's why we call them opinions. All right, well, let's try Elijah here. Elijah, you there?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Hey, what's up, bud? Are you all right?
Can you repeat that? You cut out.
Yeah, are you over 18?
Yeah.
Cool, cool. And you're a Christian, I take it?
No, I'm agnostic.
Oh, okay. Well, we're just looking to debate Christians in here right now.
Well, my family's Christian, so I was born and grew up Christian.
Oh, well, I mean, that's cool, but we're just looking to debate Christians in here at the moment. All right, well, let's try we. What did I say? Let's say we there. I don't know. Oh, never mind. Whoops. His, I don't see you in there anymore. Well, we got a few in here we can try. Man, you got to throw a lot of people in the queue here before you get to Selah. Selah, you there?
Yeah, what's up, man?
What's up, buddy? Are you over 18?
Yeah, I'm 28.
Cool. Are you a Christian?
Yes, I've been born again for almost 5 years.
Cool, cool. So which one of these topics you want to debate us on here today?
I mean, I did overhear the conversation that Simon had with you. Does seem like he's a unbeliever as well. He's saying that he believes in Jesus, but he doesn't necessarily believe in a immaculate conception nor the Holy Spirit.
I don't think you really need that to believe to be a Christian, though, because if you go by just the Gospels of Mark and John, they don't say nothing about none of that.
Yeah, and wouldn't it raise some concerns that if you say you follow Jesus, you don't believe in his story?
Not really.
It wouldn't.
No, it's just being realistic, just like Mark is. Like Mark don't say nothing about none of that, and I can only be led to believe it's because Mark didn't know about it. Because I would think if that was part of the story, it would be pretty important to mention. But
Now,
Mark and John don't even bring it up.
in order to gain salvation, we need to believe on who Jesus is and what he can do for us, right? Or what he's done for us.
Sure.
So with that being said, if I'm denying, this virgin birth that's clearly seen in the beginning of Matthew and Luke, right? Even Elizabeth was blessed with the Holy Spirit. John was leaping for joy in her womb. The mouth of his father, Zechariah, were opened once he was filled with the Holy Spirit, and he names him John. Isaiah even spoke about John too, with the one crying out in the wilderness, so
Right.
I don't know. When I see people off the bat, especially Black Hebrew Israelites, they don't believe that the white man can be saved. So that's what I was trying to show there too. But it breaks my heart because you have a lot of Christians on here acting holier than thou and very knowledgeable, yet Christ will tell them, I never knew you.
Yeah, coincidentally, most Christians will tell you that the problem with Christianity is Christians.
Yeah, and I think, when you become born again, there's a more of an awareness, like myself with 5 years, right? I've learned to, not in a bad way, but in a good way, I've learned to hate myself. I've become more aware of my hypocrisy, not as before I was born again, because I didn't view myself as a hypocrite. I was indulging in sins. I was doing all this type of stuff, right? So now, even if you're truly born again, you still have that same sinful nature, so that's why I always like to say,
So are you
the
a sinner?
church at the end of the day is still filled with hypocrites, because you have some who are born again, you have some who aren't, right? Jesus speaks about the wheat and tares, but it's not based off
So do you
of
think
how
you're a sinner, though?
I still sin daily, unfortunately. It's part of this nature that God is sanctifying.
Well, according to John, you have neither seen nor known God, and you are of the devil if you are a sinner.
No, because 1 John 2nd chapter, it says, when we do sin, we have an advocate from the Father, Jesus Christ. So he says, whoever willfully sins or habitually sins, right, even in Hebrews, after receiving the truth, there would be no more sacrifice for sins. That's referencing the people who have heard the gospel, who received it, and don't want to repent, who don't want to be born again.
Okay,
just
well, let
live
me
in their
read you
same
something real
sin.
quick. It says, everyone who commits sin is guilty of lawlessness. Sin
Yeah.
is lawlessness. You know
Yep.
that he was revealed to take away sins, and in him there is no sin. No
Yeah.
one who abides in him sins. No one who sins has either seen him or known him. Little
Yeah.
children, let no one deceive you. Everyone who does what is right is righteous, just as he is righteous. Everyone who
So,
commits sin is of the devil, for the devil has been sinning from the beginning.
yeah. So remember what I just said before, when we do sin,
Yeah.
there's a interpretation error here, because Romans 3:23 says, yes, all have fallen short of the glory of God. We have sinned, for all have sinned and fallen short of the glory of
Well,
God.
Paul says the law is abolished, but that's poppycock. Jesus never says nothing
Yeah, the
like
law is
that.
made for the ungodly, 1 Timothy 1:8. Whoever lives by the flesh
The
will
law
die
is
by
made
the
for
flesh.
everybody according to God.
Whoever lives by the flesh will reap. What does sin lead to?
Sin is lawlessness. Sin is breaking the law.
Right. So Jesus says, if you
So
love me,
what
you'll
law
keep
are
my
you under
commandments.
that you're sinning? Yeah.
The law doesn't save
Yeah,
you,
1 John,
brother.
it says if you don't keep the commandments, you're a lie.
Remember when I just said in 1 John, when we do sin?
I do remember, yeah, but I've read
So
the
does
rest of it
Scripture
too.
contradict itself,
So
or are
it
you
sounds like you're
contradicting it?
disregarding whole other chapters here based on what
No,
the
I need
first
you to
chapter
read
said.
the context.
I am reading the context.
Because what does Romans 8 say? Nothing can separate us from the love of God
Paul's
that's
a
in Christ
heretic, sir.
Jesus.
Paul don't know what he's talking about. Paul
Why would
says
Jesus
the law
call
is
us to be
abolished.
born again? Ephesians 1:13, we're set by the seal of the
Jesus
Holy
don't know what he's
Spirit.
talking about either. He's just a false prophet.
He's a false prophet. So he's much as a
Yeah.
false prophet than David, right? So you're accusing David,
No,
you're
David was
accusing
an actual
Moses, you're
king.
accusing Abraham, you're accusing
Yep,
Hezekiah,
all
you're
of them.
accusing Isaiah, you're
Yep.
accusing Daniel, you're accusing Micah,
Mhm.
Malachi, Zephaniah,
Yep.
you're accusing Ruth, you're accusing
You can name all the books
Ahaz.
you want to. Yeah,
You're
I'm
accusing
accusing
Ahaz
them.
too.
It's
Did you
kind
know
of
that?
pointless to keep talking.
Did you know you're accusing Ahaz?
Yeah, I did.
And you know what Jesus says to the Pharisees? I don't think I've come to accuse you
Probably
to
a
the
bunch of
Father.
nonsense that he says to everybody else.
You have your own accuser, Moses, who you've set your hopes on. For he wrote of me.
So are
in
we
his
going to have an
day.
actual discussion here, or are you just going to quote Bible verses?
It's God's word that's judging you, my friend. Don't hate the messenger. I'm not going to use my own opinion,
God's
bro.
word right now?
I don't set the standard
So
for
you're
salvation.
using God's words right now. Is that what you're telling us?
Yes, 2 Timothy 3:16-18. All scripture is
Okay,
God-breathed.
perfect. So since you're speaking
Did you
for
go to
God right
seminary?
now, that makes this a lot more interesting. No.
Did you go to seminary at all?
Okay. No, I got better things to do than
No, I'm
go to
saying,
school
like,
for
at
this
one
crap.
point, did you ever go to seminary?
No.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure.
What church
maybe
were
God
you
told
involved
you I
in,
did,
bro?
but it's
Because
not
you're
true.
not you're not the typical apostate.
True.
Were you like being were you in a what's it called? Dang, I forgot the word.
A cult? Yeah.
No. What's the word when you work for
I
free?
thought that's what you meant. Sorry.
Internship. Were you in internships at all through the church, or
No.
You weren't being shepherded in any way or being taught by somebody.
Yeah, I was indoctrinated till I was in my
So you're
20s, till I was an adult. Yeah.
so you were just going to church and that's that. That's how you gained all of your knowledge.
Yeah, that and study.
Were you a pastor at all?
No.
Were you striving to be one?
No.
Are you sure? Or like missionary, anything like that? Because this is a lot
I'm
of
sure.
knowledge
Yeah,
that you know.
I'm sure.
Most apostates I
I've
speak
been
to,
reading this a
bro,
long
they don't
time.
even know what
It's been
John 3 says.
I was a Christian for almost 30 years. So do
Okay,
you know what
that
Isaiah
makes sense
chapter
then.
7 says?
Yeah, which verse are you looking at?
I'm just talking about the context of Isaiah chapter 7. This is where they get the virgin birth of a Messiah from.
Yeah, so in 6:2, because he sees the Lord, because the Lord is the one that's
Right.
revealing these prophecies to
All
Isaiah.
right. So where does Isaiah chapter 7 ever say that this is a Messiah or this child's going to do anything? This is Isaiah's son.
Emmanuel means God with us. So this same child
I
that we
know.
see in
It's about the
chapter
name.
9, it's not Hezekiah, because that doesn't make
Ooh,
sense.
no.
Because like Simon said with
It does
Allah,
make sense.
there's various usages, not just young woman. So
It
even
doesn't
within the
matter. This doesn't have anything to do with the Messiah.
so it does, because what earthly king clothes us with
Emmanuel is
righteousness?
Isaiah's son.
So
This is
that
about
means
the
there's
Assyrian
so that
invasion in
means
Judah.
it's
They
regarding a
don't have
different
anything to do with the Messiah
so that
or a
means it's
virgin.
regarding a different child in chapter 9. Why does it grow
Yeah,
up to
there's
be
three
one
different kids
man?
in 3 chapters here.
So who's getting
No,
pierced for our transgressions and sins? Because it
nobody.
describes
It
a
doesn't say
physical.
pierced.
When I just want to open up to where is it?
Sure, I'm in Isaiah chapter 7,
Yeah.
8, and 9 if you want to go to those two. But these are all, it gives a different child in each of these chapters. Jesus isn't in 3 different children, and 2 of these children are Isaiah's children specifically.
So are
And
there
then
2
Hezekiah is a
Emmanuels?
king from the line of David.
Are there 2
No, there's only one.
Emmanuels?
No.
There's no 2 gods, right? There's one God. God doesn't come on the
There's
earth
more than
twice.
one God in the
Well,
Bible,
this
but
young
there's only
woman
supposed
gives
to be one
birth to
God
a
of
boy
Israel.
named God with us, right?
Yeah.
So 43, Israel's only savior. What earthly king says, "Fear not, for I have redeemed you. I have called you by name. You are mine. When you pass through the waters, I will be with you." What earthly
That's
king
God talking through Isaiah.
when did Hezekiah clothe us and was pierced for our transgressions?
When was Jesus ever a king of Israel? When did Jesus bring endless
Jesus
peace to
was
the
born
throne of
anywhere
David?
from 4 BC to 0 AD. And his mission started at
Not according to
30.
Luke. He was born in 6 AD according to Luke. But it doesn't matter. Either way, there's Emmanuel in chapter 7. There's
Mhm.
Maher-shalal as Hasbaz in chapter 8. And then there is Hezekiah in chapter 9. These are 3 different children. And 2 of those children are Isaiah's children.
It's
As it
never
says
to
in chapter 8.
establish an earthly kingdom, though.
Yes, it is. The
No,
throne of
the
David is a
Jews.
literal king in a literal
Okay,
city
so
in a literal nation on earth.
so that just doesn't add up, though, because
It does. It's the only thing that makes sense.
so this is all about, in your words, I just want to gain more clarity. This is all about what? Hezekiah?
No, he's just part of the story from Isaiah.
But that does make sense, though,
The
because the
Messiah in the
grown
Old
boy.
Testament in Isaiah doesn't come to save anybody. There's several Messiahs in Isaiah. The one and only named Messiah in the entire book of Isaiah is Cyrus, and he didn't even serve Yahweh.
Yeah, so that just wouldn't add up, right? Why would God declare a non-godly
Exactly.
man?
That's why it's not talking about a single Messiah who does anything for anybody's sins. It don't work like that.
So what's the name? Why would he be named Emmanuel? Do you know anyone on earth that's known as
That's
God?
a sign. That's what it That's what's in.
Right.
That's
A
what
sign
chapter
to
8
us will be
explains.
given.
Yeah, the sign is the sign to King Ahaz. It don't have nothing to do with Jesus or
And
Messiah.
in
There's literally another
50,
child in chapter 8, and they cry out Emmanuel when this prophecy comes to culmination in chapter 8. They're crying. That's the whole point of this. In verse 8,
Yeah.
it says, "It will sweep unto Judah as a flood, and pouring over, it will reach up to the neck, and its outspread wings will fill the breadth of your land, O Emmanuel."
Yeah. So this man
It's
is
about the Assyrian
described.
invasion of Judah. It don't have nothing to do with Jesus.
It does, though, because they describe him physically in
It
chapter
doesn't.
53. They say, "For he grew up before him like a young plant, like a root out of a dry
And it
ground.
tells you who that is in chapter
He
60.
had no
It
form
says,
or
they are the
majesty."
root that I planted.
Can I just read this?
They are the root that I planted. Yeah,
Hey,
but I
can I
already know what it
just
says.
can I just read it?
Sure.
Who has believed what he has heard from us, and to whom has the arm of the Lord been revealed? For he grew up before him like a young plant, and like a root out of dry ground. He had no form or
Wait, you're not reading the whole
majesty.
thing, are you?
No, he had no form or majesty that we should look at him. But I thought this was a earthly king, right? He should be majestical, right? And no
That's
beauty
not
that
what
we
this is
should
talking
desire
about. Who
him.
is the arm of the Lord being
So
revealed
he
to
wasn't
here?
beautiful either. It says no
Are you
beauty that
listening
we
to
should
me?
desire him. He was despised and rejected by men,
Are you listening to me?
a man of sorrows
It's
and
supposed to be
acquainted
a
with grief.
conversation, you know?
Yeah, you were
Who are you
allowing
talking
me
to
to
up
read.
there?
Sir, I'm going to give you one more chance, and then I will state my piece.
I'm going to give
Because
you one more chance, and then I'm
if
going
you
to dunk
know
you and move on
Isaiah
to
so
somebody who can
well,
actually have a conversation here.
if you know
I do know
Isaiah
Isaiah.
well,
No,
you know
better
he
than you do.
speaks about the dull ears.
And
Your ears are
if you know
dull.
Isaiah well, you would know who has dull ears, and you would know to whom the arm of the Lord is being revealed in this chapter. So who's that?
Yeah, who's the angel of the Lord, bud?
Who is the arm of the Lord being revealed to here? Verse 1.
Is that a physical arm?
Who is it being revealed
You
to?
gotta interact here. Is it a physical arm that's being described?
You've got to interact. I've asked you 3 times now. Answer my question, man.
Is this a physical arm that's being described, yes or no?
No.
Do you
Who
read
is it
all of
being
Scripture
revealed to?
literally?
Who is... All right, have a good one, buddy.
Why are you kicking?
Because you're not answering the question. I'm only going to ask you 5 times in a row. 5 times is my limit, apparently, and then I'm kicking you because you will not answer the question. And I've tried to interrupt you like 10 times. You just kept talking. So I appreciate you. It was going pretty well up until then. But if you're not even going to answer the questions, there's no point in having you up here. There's plenty of people that can answer questions, I'm sure. All right, let's see here. Who is next? Ooh, before I bring the next one though, let me check on this. All right. Yeah, looking good, everybody. Appreciate you. Appreciate everybody being here. Y'all tap that screen for me. Keep the algorithm flowing. And let's try to bring in the next one. Hopefully somebody that can address what we're asking them here. Not it. I just got schooled because I, for what? Asking a question 5 times in a row? Does that mean getting schooled? Oh man, that's funny. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure plenty of people think I'm the one that's getting crushed up here, but I'm not the one who refuses to answer a question that's been asked 5 times in a row. So let's try the next one.
Good morning.
Morning, Shot
Can you hear me?
Town. Are you? Yeah, you over 18?
Oh yeah. 27. How about you, boss?
I'm almost 42. But,
Yeah, I had a feeling.
Are you what? I got a.
No offense.
Are you
I
a
said,
Christian too?
yes, sir. I mean, I can give you a little background if you want. I'm curious about yours too, you know. But
Well,
yeah.
You don't have to do all that. But which
Okay.
one of these topics you want to debate us on today?
I mean, I thought it interesting. Jesus is a delusional man who fulfills. Yeah, you could talk about that one if you want.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah.
We were sort of talking about it earlier, but I couldn't get the guy to answer the question from the first person. Did, so.
That was interesting
Do you know what
conversation for
Isaiah
sure.
53 is about by chance?
A little bit, yeah.
Do you know to whom the arm of the Lord is being revealed?
Yeah. Let's pull it up.
It tells you in chapter 52, right before the servant song starts.
Yeah. Refresh my memory
Which is
here. I'm
what
not
I
gonna
wish
lie.
he would have answered.
I've actually been studying the Quran lately so I could debate some Muslim people, so now we gotta refresh. But yeah, okay.
Thank you for the heart.
The thing is, I'm curious why. Like, is this your main argument here? Why you think Jesus did not fulfill the prophecy,
What
or
do you mean?
what? Like, what? Why do you think Jesus is a false prophet? I'm like
Well, I think
curious.
he's a false prophet because he makes false prophecies. But as far
Like,
as fulfilling prophecy, that's a different.
mhm.
He doesn't do
Yeah,
that
that's a
either.
different. But
So,
like, okay, sure. What one example of false prophecies?
well, that plays into the delusional part here. So Jesus thought he was going to be the king of the world by fulfilling Zechariah 9:9 when he rode that donkey into Jerusalem.
Uh-huh.
But
Yeah.
according to the Gospels, that didn't even happen. So he was clearly delusional by thinking he was going to be king of the world because he rode a donkey.
What do you mean, according to the Gospels, that didn't happen?
Like in Luke chapter 19, when he's riding the donkey,
Yeah.
clearly he doesn't become king of the world and command peace to the nations like you're supposed to do in Zechariah 9:9. He just ends up crying and blaming all the people that it didn't happen.
Well, that's not like he's gonna ride the donkey and then just what, like immediately he's king of the world. Like even
That's
if like
what he thought, yeah.
it's like it's the stepping stone, right? It's like not possible for something like that to happen immediately, right? Like just common sense.
Somebody should have told Jesus that because it made him look awfully silly.
I agree. I agree.
But most
Well,
Christians think he actually fulfilled this, but according to Luke, it didn't happen. And Matthew says this is fulfilled verbatim. He
mhm.
says this happened to fulfill what had been spoken through the prophets.
Well, especially these days, there are so many different versions of Christians. It feels like almost nobody believes the same things anymore. So,
No, that's why there's like 40,000
yep,
denominations. But you
yep, yep.
can't. The Bible, there's no,
Yeah,
what do you call it? Like univocal voice. Like there's no one voice in the Bible. So I
of
mean, you
course.
literally can't follow the Bible in a linear line. You have to
Hmm.
take some sort of position and prioritize certain verses over others. That's the only thing you can do.
I do agree with that. I do agree with that. That's why actually recently when somebody asks me what religion I am, I don't even say I'm a Christian anymore. I say I'm a follower of Jesus because I feel like that is like a more strict, to what our beliefs. Because at the end of the day, I think we can all agree that the Bible was written by men, not by God. It was written by men, translated, mistranslated through the generations, hundreds of years. At the end of the day, we don't know anything that we're reading is actually what they said, but
Sure.
some
So why
parts,
trust any of it?
well, we do get the message across, right? And at least for me personally,
What
when
message?
it, what do you mean? What message? Jesus's message, right? Okay,
And what
I
was
mean,
that?
okay, I'll go specific instance when Jesus was talking to the Pharisees, and he said, when you meet the Father in heaven, and he says, the those of you who did not feed me, did when I was hungry, did not give me water when
Right.
I was thirsty. You know what I'm talking about? Uh, and they say, what are you talking about, Lord? When were you hungry? When were you thirsty? And then he says, well,
Right.
any of these things you did not do for my brothers on earth, you did not do for me. I
Great
think
example. Amen.
that's a great you can understand what he's trying to say. And I love like the parts of Jesus. I feel like people very mistranslate what Jesus was trying to say. Like the Christians, people today, these people are not
Well, I
real
mean, it's pretty
Christians
clear
anymore.
what he's saying there, I think. But
Yeah,
that's in Matthew. If you go to John, all you got to do is believe.
I agree. That's what I say.
The
The
message
message,
in Matthew would be keep the law, do good, and you'll get to heaven. You'll get to God. The message of John might be to believe, keep faith. Like
yep.
we can't get to a single place. That's why I asked what the message was, because it depends on what gospel you read, what Jesus' message is.
Hmm. Honestly, it's crazy.
I don't trust any of his messages, though.
You're very, very well. How long were you a Christian for? Can I ask?
Almost 30 years.
Oh wow, I could tell much more knowledge than I have. That's for sure.
Well, I take a
I could
specific
tell.
interest in it, too, for
I
several
see.
reasons, actually.
Mm, mm. Well, it's great. Like, I went to school for religious studies, but you realize, when you're living in the real world, going to school doesn't really matter. There are so many people out there who have so much more knowledge, regardless of how much you study and
Well,
read and try to learn. So it's always
Well,
that's
I
why I
tell
always
people
enjoy.
all the time, man, like scholars are great and pastors are great. Like that's all super cool. I love all that, but you really don't need it. Like you can just
Of
read the
course.
context of the book. Like there's no
Hmm.
mysteries in here. You know what I mean? Like some of
Yeah.
it is harder to tell than other parts, But it's pretty straightforward. Like the whole point in the author's writing things is so people who can read it understand it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
That's pretty straightforward.
Let's see, what did you have the second one here? God is an unjust narcissist. I'm not gonna lie, I do understand why you say that. Christians are under the law and
Sounds like you
sinners
agree.
I mean, you know, the Lord of the Old Testament was definitely a man to be a God to be feared, should I say? He was vicious.
Well, why would you worship a God like this, though?
It's a good question. I mean, I
Why,
like
though?
to because I like to believe the teachings of Jesus. I like to believe that, I mean, we change, so how I say that the Lord doesn't change. I mean, we were created in His image, and I mean, even that word change, maybe that's not the correct term to use, but
What
I
do you mean
mean,
by change?
well, a lot of Jesus's teachings don't really agree with the Old Testament, right? I think we can
Right,
agree.
yeah.
Yeah, like clearly,
Yeah,
like a
no.
lot of Jesus's things that He said kind of completely contradict the Old Testament. So to believe
True.
in Jesus is then you kind of have to believe that the Lord has changed in some way or another, at least on the things that He wants to do.
Yeah, but he's not supposed to change, right?
Why isn't He supposed to change?
You ever read Numbers 23:19 or 1 Samuel 15, verse
Sure,
29?
sure, but I mean, even
Says he
so,
doesn't change his mind like a mortal. Says he doesn't lie or change his mind
exactly.
like immortals do.
Yeah, so then that's why I said maybe change isn't the right word. Okay, we don't know how I'm not even going to sit here and pretend to know anything about how the Lord operates, but you know, if He sent Jesus with a different message than He originally had given to the people, then I mean, there's some basis to think that, you know.
Right. Well, if you read Numbers 23:19, it says God does not change his mind like a mortal, right? So
Yes,
if you
but
read
wait.
verse 14 in Exodus 32, it says, and the Lord changed his mind about the disaster that he planned to bring on his people.
Right. But if also though, right, if we believe in Jesus, then we have put the Old Testament to rest, no? We there are so many
I
rules of the Old
guess, but
Testament that we don't follow anymore, right? Like
I
you can
put the
wear
whole
two
thing to
different
rest.
linen. Yeah, put the whole thing to rest. I agree. Put the whole thing to rest.
So I
Like, I
mean,
mean,
yeah. So why are you a Christian again?
look, I mean, it's interesting, man. Okay. My parents escaped Islam in the Middle East when they were 17 years old. They ran like 100
Good for
miles to
them.
Lebanon. Yeah, they're from Syria. Yeah.
Don't tell me they ran over there and became Christians.
Well, I see, this is where it gets a little interesting. This is why I ended
It's
up
like that's like running from
majoring.
liquor to get to beer.
Well, actually, my mother was a Jehovah's Witness and still is. And in most Middle Eastern countries, back then at least, I don't know how much you know about Jehovah's Witnesses, but they were extremely disliked. Um, my
Then or
mom was
now, or both.
now not as much as back then. Back then, very strict about it. My mom was at 15, which is crazy. She like learned about this from like a 12-year-old cousin. And then at 15, she was beaten almost to death by the police. And then they had like one
Wow.
of those contracts in front of her where they want her to sign that she'll never practice being a Jehovah's Witness again.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Uh,
crazy, man. That's why these religions need to go, man, is because of shit like that.
I agree.
I
It's
think we
terrible
can
how
do better.
much religion causes pain in the world, honestly. That's not supposed to be the
Right,
point
right.
of it. Yeah.
Yeah, I actually knew a guy one time. He grew up like he had an awful childhood. He said he was in a cult. Like he hated
Mhm.
his childhood as a Christian. So when he grows up, he celebrates that by joining a different cult. And his life didn't go any better. Long story short.
Yeah. I mean, I was stuck in that until I was 18 and I was allowed to leave. It was interesting for sure.
You mean JWs?
Yeah, JWs. Very
Are you
strict
from Lebanon
Christians.
too?
No, I was born in Chicago, born in Chicago.
Oh,
Yeah, my parents came to the US when they were like 21.
Oh, that's cool.
It's like 95. Yeah.
Right.
Hmm.
I hear it's rough in Lebanon right now.
A little bit. So they're from Damascus, Syria, actually. They were both born in Damascus, Syria. And like I don't know how much you know, but in the Middle East, before like Syria was the most Christian country in the Middle East. And then when the dictator who just fell, I don't know why I'm Assad, when he took over the country like 100 years ago after World War II, all the Christians went to Lebanon, pretty much. That was like their only choice.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. I actually got a coin over here from that was minted in Antioch.
Oh, really? What is it? Oh,
It's a
wow.
Julian, Emperor Julian.
Yeah, that's sick.
Trying to get my. This is from
And
361 CE.
oh, wow. Never seen that before.
Dang it. I wish I could get some light on it where you could actually see the face. He's got a beard, too. It's amazing. It's got an awesome portrait of him.
Where'd you get that?
I got it from a coin shop. And,
Oh, cool.
well, I got it from VCoin, actually. I can't remember which shop it came from.
Mm.
Well, cool, man. Well, you got anything else you want to run by me before we
Honestly,
give
no,
somebody
it's
else
fun
a
chatting
shot
with you,
to
man.
debate us up in here? I'm not
Yeah.
even sure we disagree on that much. So.
I agree, honestly. Can I ask your name if it's all right before I head out?
I'm Jesse.
Jesse? Michael, nice to meet you.
Yeah. Good to meet you, buddy. One Piece
Pleasure.
is awesome.
Yes, sir. The truth. Have a good night.
Yeah.
Or morning, should I
Back
say.
at you, man. Yes, it is morning now. Almost 8 a.m. here. Oh, yeah, he was a really nice guy. I'm not sure he was a... I guess if he was a... Well, he said he didn't call himself a Christian, but usually that means they're on the way out from what I can tell. Yeah, we talked to a lot of nice people, but nice doesn't always equal in touch with the reality, unfortunately. Ah, well, let's keep it rolling, her. I appreciate all the screen taps, by the way. All the gifts and stuff. TikTok likes the gifts, y'all. Gifts are definitely the best way to help the channel if you can. But it also helps the channel just being here. That's all you got to do. Tap the screen a little bit, throw a comment in every now and then, repost, reshare. It helps the channel and don't cost a thing, except a few calories. Maybe to wiggle your thumb, I guess. All right, let's try another one here. Maybe we can get somebody deconverted. Oh, they gone too. Well, maybe not. Let's try. Oh, Travis came back. He's tied it up on the face. He might not be here on purpose. Oh, wait, Travis, you there?
Yo, I didn't think you were gonna let me up.
Oh, what's up? Well, you're over 18, ain't you?
Yeah, 19, 2006.
Cool, and you're a Christian?
Yeah, you can call me what you want, man. But you sitting up here saying Jesus still is delusional. You sitting here calling my God delusional. I gotta say, how dare you?
Oh, well, sorry.
Yeah. So what do you gotta
But
say
yeah,
about
just
it?
call
What's
it.
your defense?
I just call it like I see it.
Well, you're seeing it wrong, man. You really are. You gotta see it in a new light.
Really?
Yeah, dude. So who do you think Jesus is? Let's talk about it honestly.
A delusional preacher from the first century?
Why do you think he's delusional?
That's what I was talking about. Because he thinks he's going to fulfill a prophecy about being king of the world because he rode a donkey. Like, that's crazy.
He is, and that he rode a donkey. That was a figure of speech. That was him humbling himself.
No, he literally rode a donkey.
He was being the son. Yeah, he was. That was a metaphor.
He rode two donkeys according to Matthew.
Yeah,
at the
exactly.
same time.
Listen, don't overtalk. Listen. Yeah. So that was him humbling himself, not riding on a white horse like he could have been the Messiah. He rode on a little donkey instead. It was just a figure of him humbling himself. Basically, God humbling himself, becoming man to take on forgiveness, take on sin. That's what it was a representation of. It wasn't.
Oh, okay. Well, there's a prophecy in the Old Testament. It's about a king riding a donkey into Jerusalem.
Yeah, Jesus was that king, bro. I'm telling you, Jesus was that king.
So you're saying Jesus fulfilled this prophecy, right?
Yes, brother. Yes, and I know
literally fulfilled it, right?
Yeah, low-key fulfilled it. I mean, he might.
Okay, so he didn't because this is a prophecy about being the king of the entire world who rode a donkey into Jerusalem, literally.
He is the king of the world. What are you talking about?
He's not. He was
I
never
know.
king of anything.
Yeah, I know,
He
but
was a dude that got nailed to a piece of wood
then you
in the
gotta
first
ask
century.
yourself, brother. Then you gotta ask yourself, who's king of what? If he's not king of anything,
He's not king of anything. He's been dead for 2,000 years.
Yeah. That doesn't mean he's not king, bro. He came back after.
It does. Dead people that's been dead for 2,000 years aren't kings.
Yeah, and he came. Listen, don't ever talk. He came back after 3
Sorry.
days when people
My bad,
thought he
my
was
bad.
dead, right? And then everybody thought he was dead, but he came back in spirit to his apostles. So he didn't die. He's still the king. And who's this world belong to? Whose world is this? Satan's among us. He is on this earth. So it might seem like Jesus isn't the king, but I promise you he is. And I promise you he's not delusional.
So it's like a trust me bro type deal?
Yeah, low key, you just gotta trust me, bro.
Oh, okay.
That's it. Anyways, anything else?
Well, I'll go with the words of the book.
Yeah, real. When I'm not lying to you, man. That's all I have to say. All right. Peace out, bro.
Peace. Well, y'all heard it there. Trust me, man. Jesus. Trust me, bro. He's the king of the world. But yeah, that's why I'm saying Jesus is delusional, because he thought riding a donkey was going to make him king of the world. Be like me thinking I'm going to be king of the world or king of America because I rode a mule into Washington, D.C. I think people would call me crazy if I said that was what was happening. Probably. I mean, maybe not America. But... All right, here. Let's see. Oh, it's a weird number. I think that was an accidental request up there. Well, we were running on for a little while here. Let me check this stuff real quick. Where we at? Oh, it hadn't been, well, it's been a little while, but not that long. Still got a lot of day left. Y'all please keep tapping that screen for me. Help the algorithm keep pushing. Keep us people in here to talk to. Let's try the next one here. Aaron, you there?
Oh crap, bro! I didn't even mean to get on here.
Oh, no worries. I'll drop.
I'm just a little nervous, but yo.
Oh, no worries, man. It happens all the time. Happens all the time, buddy. What just happened? Oh. Yeah, no worries, buddy. No worries at all. Alright. I don't think this guy was. Syndicate? Hey, what's up, bud? Are you over 18?
Yeah, I'm 21.
Cool. Are you a Christian?
I'm a follower of the way, so I believe in God. You feel me?
So not a Christian.
I mean, you can say I'm a Christian. I'm born again. So yeah, I'm Christ. I mean, I'm not Christ, but I believe in Christ, which makes me Christian.
Oh, okay.
But if we're going to today, accuracy, Christians don't believe what the words say. A lot of Christians don't, but I don't blame Christians for, everybody was once blinded. It's about opening your eyes.
Oh, okay.
And the only way to do that is by the Holy Spirit.
Debate us on here today.
I actually think all of them is false. And the narcissist is crazy because if you actually understand what a narcissist is, it gives you a lot of attributes that God actually is. Like, he do want you to admire him. He do want you to preserve and to pray towards him. He do want all of you towards him. That's not a narcissist. But when it comes to a narcissist, it comes to being ignorant or ignorant and not caring. Actually shows you that he is caring. A lot of people like to blame the flood.
Well, a narcissist
want to go by
is somebody that's extremely self-centered.
What do you think self-centered is? God
When
cares
you're
so much
obsessed with
about the
yourself
world.
and you have a overinflated sense of self-importance.
He's not obsessed with himself. He's obsessed with his
I think he is.
creation.
It says the reason he does everything is to glorify him on his own self and his own power.
Yes. Do you know how we glorify him? Do you know how he get
Yeah, he
glorified?
literally
Is by
makes
him.
people suffer just to glorify himself.
No, suffering has nothing to do with it. If you want,
No,
okay,
he makes people suffer for his own glory. He makes people just so he can
that's
use
not
them
that's
to show
that's
his own
not true.
powers.
That's not true.
It
For
is
right
true.
now,
That's what it says.
where does it say? I mean, you can say suffering. People do suffer in the name of God, and people who
No,
are
I can show
Christian,
you where. Yeah, I'll show you. Hold on.
you can show me.
I will.
But suffering isn't a bad thing. You can also say suffering is a good thing.
I don't think it's a good thing.
Suffering
Jesus
can be a
answered,
good thing.
neither this man nor his parents sinned. He was born blind so that God's works might be revealed in him. So he made this dude blind just so he could show everybody that he could heal blind people.
No,
I think that's pretty messed up.
Do you know
Yeah.
everybody's born in sin? So technically,
It says
everybody
he was-
born in
it
blind.
says,
Listen, just
neither this
listen, just
man-
listen.
Neither this man nor his parents sinned.
I mean, that's still a miracle, though. It shows the
Still a
grace
miracle.
of God. Yes.
Do you hear what it's saying, though? Neither this man nor his parents sinned. He was born blind so that God's works might be revealed in him.
Yes, just because you haven't sinned doesn't mean you're not under the judgment of Adam. Everybody who's born is under the judgment of Adam. It doesn't mean if you're sin, you're still under the judgment of Adam. That means you still have to pay the wages of sinning because Adam has broke the covenant between God. It doesn't matter if you sinned or not. It's about forgiveness. It's about.
It says this guy hasn't sinned and he was
That's
born
what I'm
blind.
saying. It doesn't
so that
matter
God's
if you
works
sin.
might
You're not
be shown through
listening.
him.
You're not listening. Even if he hasn't
You're not
sinned.
listening.
Okay. Even if he hasn't sinned, which I agree, he hasn't sinned. He is still under the premonition and the jurisdiction, however you want to say it, the judgment of sin, no matter what, because of Adam and Eve. It doesn't matter if he sinned or not. There's a lot of good men in the Bible, but they're still under the consequence of sin, like Enoch. There's a lot of good
that's
people.
fine, but
Abraham.
this doesn't say this blindness is a consequence of sin. That's what
You're
don't
not
seem to
listening.
understand.
Even if he didn't sin.
You're not listening.
Okay,
That's not what
okay,
the words say.
okay,
It says
okay.
he was born blind so that God's works might be revealed in him.
He is still under.
It's telling you why he's blind.
Oh my gosh, you're not listening though. He might be blind.
Why does it say that this guy's blind?
So it can show the grace of the Lord. So the
Thank
world
you.
might. That's
So
not a bad
the blindness
thing.
is not a result of sin, is it?
It's a result of mankind. Yes,
Oh my goodness.
it's not a result of sin. No,
My
but
man.
sin. Okay. Do you
He
know
was
what?
born blind so that God could flex his powers in him.
That's. You can say that, and I can still say.
It's
I can
what
ag-
it says.
I can agree with you if you want me to, which that's not a bad thing. Also,
It's like Paul
'Cause
literally says
you're not
he
you're
hardened
not
the Pharaoh's
listening.
heart. You're not listening.
Okay. Just listen.
It
Just
literally
listen.
says
Just listen.
he hardened the Pharaoh's heart to show his own power and glory through him. God is using people to show his own powers and glories. This is narcissistic.
You gotta
and
ask
unjust.
yourself though, did he really worship the Lord? Was that person worshiping the Lord? Did they
Who?
worship the Lord? The person that blind
Who?
sin. I mean, the person that didn't sin. For sinning, did he worship the Lord? Was he a man of God?
Who?
The person that was born blind.
I don't know.
Okay, so you got to ask yourself these questions. Can you pull up the whole thing?
If I was
See what's
him,
the-
I certainly wouldn't worship this God. He made me
Okay,
blind just so he could
you're-
flex on me later.
No, you're not listening. Just because you're born without sin doesn't. Okay, can you identify what sin is? It's hard. Okay,
Sin
it's
is
hard to
breaking the
identify.
law.
Do you know what the law is? And yes, the law is still kept. I know y'all was arguing
Yeah,
about
the
that.
law of Moses. Yeah.
Yes, it's still
the
kept.
law of
It's
Moses.
two laws. There's a law of the nations, the law of the world, and the law that God kept, which is the Ten Commandments. Jesus fulfills the Ten Commandments, which mean he is the law. There's only, yes, don't look like that. That is true. There's 10 commandments. That's the law of Israel.
There's a whole
which
lot
bas-
more than 10.
I said that. I just said that. Besides the 10 commandments, you got the law of men. The law of men, not the law of God. Law of men. There's two different
That
laws.
is the law of God.
Where- No,
There's
it's
only one
literally
law.
they literally describe it as two different laws. You have the Ten Commandments, which is
There's
one
different
different law.
kinds of laws. There's three
No,
different kinds of laws, actually.
no.
Yes,
There's
yes,
a law
yes.
of men and law of God. And the law of God.
There's three different. Do you know what the three types of law are?
No, can you describe to me? Because I only believe that there's two laws. Tell me
Well,
what's
there's
the
three
third one.
kinds of law in the
Okay,
Old
just tell me.
Testament.
Just tell me the three. Just tell me three laws.
There's ceremonial, civil, and moral laws.
Them are more ritualistic laws. When you're
But
talking
there's
about
only one set of laws, and they're all included.
no, they're
all God's
not. You're
laws.
talking
God
about
said,
no,
"You will
you're
keep
not.
all-"
You're talking
Yes, they
about
are.
ritualistic, which is part of men laws. We're not supposed to do ritualistic law. When we're talking about the law of God, we're talking about the 10 Commandments, not the law of men.
I'm
Once
talking
you
about
listen,
all the
listen,
laws that
listen.
God gave
Okay,
and says
the
to
law
keep
of,
all these laws.
we
All
are
the
to keep
laws.
all the laws.
Jesus says, if you love me, you will keep all my commandments, not some of them.
Yes, his commandments is the 10 Commandments, which actually the law is not the commandments.
No,
You
there's
only got
more.
10 commandments and then the laws. Yes, that's true.
No, there's more. No.
You-
What does Jesus say the two greatest commandments are?
Love thy neighbor. And
And
I forgot the other one. And something and keep this
love God with all your heart.
Yeah, love God. Yeah, I should say something with
All
his
right.
name.
Neither one of those are part of the 10 Commandments. You realize that, right?
Yes, that is. Love thy.
No, it's not. Which commandment is that in the 10? Oh, shit, he teacupped. Yeah, there's over 600 laws. There's not just 10. I don't know what happened to him, man. I don't know what happened there. He teacupped out. Alright, well, we'll just try the next one then. If there is a next one. Something coming back. Oh, there it is. Dang it. He's still teacupped.
Thou shalt not bear a false witness for a neighbor. That's loving thy neighbor. Thou shalt not kill, loving thy neighbor.
You were teacupped almost that whole time. Neither one of those two.
Not thou shalt not commit adultery. It's loving thy neighbor.
I know what the 10 Commandments are. I'm saying the two that Jesus named as the greatest aren't in the 10 Commandments. Neither one of them.
Yes, it is. Honoring your God.
No, it's not. Love your neighbor as yourself is Levitic law, bro. It's Leviticus 19.
No, loving your neighbor is literally the whole 10 Commandments. If you do not commit adultery, is that loving?
It's a specific law.
Listen.
You don't
Just
know
listen.
what you're talking about. Damn it!
If I steal from you,
your signal's really bad.
Okay, if I steal from you, am I loving you? No. So I shall not steal from you. It's being specific how to love thy neighbor. That's all.
It's from Leviticus 19. It's a specific law.
gosh.
Love your neighbor as yourself. Oh my gosh.
What can I steal for myself?
Do you realize it's its
Can I
own
steal
law?
for myself? Can I steal for myself? No. Should I hurt myself?
What
No.
are you talking about? Who said you could steal from yourself or hurt yourself?
If by your definition, if you love thy neighbor like thyself,
I'm saying Jesus and God said to keep all the laws is what I'm saying.
and
not
I
just
agree
10.
with
There's
you.
way more
I
than
agree
10.
with you. I agree with you.
Then why do
I
you
agree
keep
with
bringing
you.
up the 10?
Because you got to understand who fulfilled the law was Jesus.
Nobody fulfilled it.
Yes, he most definitely
didn't.
did. Yes, he most definitely
He
did.
Most definitely did not. Jesus says the law will be fulfilled when heaven and earth pass away.
Do you know why Abraham was to sacrifice Isaac?
Because
that itself was
God needed to test him on something he already knew?
No. That was to show
kill his own son?
No, he didn't even kill his own son. You're not listening.
He told him to, though.
He didn't, though. God told him to stop right when he was about to do
Told him
it.
to kill his own son.
You're not listening. But he stopped. He didn't do it because God told him not to.
Okay. Well, either way, Jesus said the law is going to be around until heaven and earth pass away. Is exactly what he says.
Yes, the law will be here, but it's fulfilled.
Until heaven and earth pass away.
It doesn't mean he didn't come to destroy the law. He came to fulfill it. It's
For
not
truly
destroyed.
I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, not one letter, not one stroke of a letter will pass from the law until all is accomplished. Till heaven and earth pass away. That's how long the law is going to last. The thing is, Jesus thought heaven and earth was going to pass away in the disciples' lifetime. It clearly didn't happen.
You're not listening. You saying destroy. The law was never destroyed. He fulfilled the law. No man on earth fulfilled the law but Jesus Christ.
When does it say the law will be fulfilled? He tells you verbatim. I just read it. Dude, your signal's way too bad, man. Like, I'm enjoying the convo, but you're teacupping like every few seconds, and it's destroying the rhythm of the conversation there. All right, well, let's try it different. Rich, there? Rich?
Hey, what's up, man?
Hey, what's up, cuz? Are you over 18?
Yeah, yeah, quite a bit over 18.
Cool. We just got to verify for TikTok, but are you a Christian?
Man, yeah. I know that sounds kind of shitty to say it like that, but yeah, I'm kind of not a great one, if that makes sense.
Oh, okay. Well, are you trying to debate us on one of these topics, or?
Yeah, let's do it. I mean,
or do you need me to push you over the edge to atheism?
I'll never be an atheist, bro. I got atheist friends. Some of the best people I know, brother. Honestly,
I hear you. We are pretty great. Yeah.
It's always a good conversation. It's a lot better than usually a conversation with somebody that's religious, man.
Honestly. I hear you. We are more interesting too. Yeah.
Let's talk about something. Bring up something. I want to say if I agree or not.
Well, which one of these topics you think is a hill you're most likely to die on there?
Okay, let me see here.
Here, I'll read it for you. We got Jesus is a delusional man who fulfills zero prophecy. God is an unjust narcissist, and Christians are under the law, and sinners do not know God.
Let's go under the law. I just heard the last guy say something. You were arguing. You guys, well, you weren't arguing really, but he was talking about. I kind of agree with the guy, about the 10 Commandments. As far as if you do, I get what he was saying. What he was trying to say was that if you love your neighbor, you're not going to break any of the 10 Commandments that's on there. Besides the honor your mother and father and have no other gods before me. The rest of them's kind of pointed toward your neighbor. If you love your neighbor, you're not going to murder him. If you love your neighbor, you're not going to sleep with his wife. If you love your neighbor, you're not going to lie to him.
You realize that's Levitic law, right? That's not in the 10 Commandments.
What?
So if Jesus is saying to keep Levitic law, then you got to keep a whole lot more than 10 Commandments. You got to keep Levitic law.
Right. Well, I get what you're saying.
You know what some other Levitic laws are?
Yeah, you're not supposed to have like cotton and wool combined together. I do know that. There's like 660
says
laws.
You can own slaves. It says you can sell your daughter into slavery. It says if anybody entices you to other gods, you're supposed to throw rocks at them until they're unalive.
Right. So supposed to burn witches.
Yeah.
Right.
And it's not an option. It says you have to do this.
There's some wild ones. The way I was taught, man, and I'm not going to sit and act like I've stayed in the Word, and I don't even deserve to be on here, honestly. I'm like I said.
Well, we don't want you in this Word.
But I kind of looked at it like when Jesus came, the way I was brought up, and what I have read is he didn't do away with the old law, right? He didn't. He said what you said is right when he said, or any word will be changed or whatever. And I've always kind of been stuck on that. That's always confused me because Jesus said that when he came, he said he didn't come to do away with the law. He came to fulfill the law, right?
Right. Yep.
And you're saying he didn't fulfill anything?
Well, he tells you when it was going to be fulfilled. He didn't say, I fulfilled the law. He didn't say the law is going to be fulfilled when I die. He says, I came to fulfill the law. That's something he was going to do. But he tells you in this same verse here when the law is going to be fulfilled. And it says, until heaven and earth pass away, not one dot or stroke of a pen is going to change from the law.
Right.
So heaven and earth's still here, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, still under the law according to Jesus. You have to go to Paul later on to get to the law being abolished. Only Paul calls the law abolished.
My question is, brother, if he was all about the law, you know what I mean? Because he was a Jew. If he was all about the law, then why did he hate why he didn't hate? Why did he couldn't stand the Pharisees so much? Those were the guys that
because they questioned him. They were the real scholars of the time. They were inquiring to him his trains of thought here.
Okay, let's just say this.
But half the time he wouldn't even say anything.
Right. Do you think that Jesus, personally, do you think that he was, just say for a second that he wasn't the Son of God? He was not who he said he was at all. That it's all just made up, and it gives people hope, and it gives people reasons to hate, and it gives people reasons to kill each other, because that's all religion has done since the beginning of time, all of it. I mean, honestly, ever since there's been one God, there's been war after war after war after war, people dying needlessly.
Yeah.
But do you think he was a bad guy? If what the Bible says is true about him healing lepers, was he a bad man?
He wasn't bad for healing lepers, no.
Well, I mean, why did they kill the guy? I mean, if the main thing they were getting
blasphemy and
for
sedition
for saying, but we're all, I mean, aren't we all children of God? I mean, if you believe in God, aren't you a child of God?
Yeah, but he was claiming to be a son of God, which is a little too pushy for Jewish people in the first century.
I don't see how, though, because in the Old Testament or in the Tanakh or whatever, they talk about children of God, calling people children of God. So why was it a big deal for him to say?
Sure, but sons of God were a little bit of a different story, though. Like David was a begotten son of God, right?
Right, but I'm just saying Jesus is from the bloodline of David, so why can't he say he was a son of God?
He wasn't from the bloodline of David, though.
He was. Mary was, for sure. Yes, sir.
No, he didn't even consummate the marriage until after Jesus was born, so he certainly wasn't Joseph.
I'm saying divine-wise, that Joseph isn't his father, biblically. If I'm not mistaken, Mary is really from the house of David. Her bloodline comes from the King David. Look it up.
Where'd you get that from?
Bro, I've looked it up before. Look it up. I'm not kidding.
Look it up where?
Where
does it say that?
I mean, I don't know. Go Google it. If Mary was from the bloodline of David, I'm pretty sure. I'm not trying to act like a scholar, because I'm just a dumb old redneck. You can tell when I talk, I sound like
I'm just a dumb old redneck too, man.
Where you from, brother? What state?
North Alabama.
Okay, I'm from Kentucky. Yeah, we can.
Yeah, you still got a redneck accent, but it's not southern redneck. You're like a middle. You're what do you call it? Mason Dixon redneck.
Okay, yeah. I'm not on Tennessee line, but I sure as hell ain't no volunteer. I can promise you that.
Yeah, me neither.
I hate
who the hell likes Tennessee?
Their family. That's about it. Somebody I don't know if God can love them. But no,
anyway,
I'm pretty sure that
so Mary
Mary
was a Levite, if anything, according to the Gospels.
Okay. Well, I've read that. Maybe I've read wrong, but I've for sure read that.
I think you did read it wrong.
I was just wondering. I could have. I don't never. I'm not 100% in most of my thoughts. Like I said, I don't even need to be on here. I'm an idiot. I'm gonna jump off, brother. I'm gonna start watching you more though, and hopefully I get a chance to talk to you more. I'm gonna go eat me some breakfast. I just crawled out of bed.
Hey, I hear you. You get you some eggs and bacon there, buddy.
All right, I'm gonna wake my old lady up right now. I'll see you, bud. Have a good one.
I hear you. Have a good one there, buddy. We appreciate you. Yeah, he obviously still sounded kind of hickish like me, but they don't have that deep South accent like we got. We say, like, we take complete letters out of words. Like, instead of saying appreciate, we say appreciate you. And ye, stuff like that. Appreciate ye. Ye, appreciate ye. It's almost old English. I speak pretty good King's English, though, I think. Good Lord, the box filled back up here. All right. Well, let's try to bring up the next one. It's been a hell of a string of folks today, hasn't it? Taboka, let's try that one. Let's try that one. Oh, Dr. Josh, what up, my dog? It's my best friend, Dr. Josh. I'm sure everybody knows him. Roccosini. Let's try to bring up the next. I don't know if I said that.
What's up, brother?
You there? Hey, what's up, man? Are you over 18?
Yes, sir.
Are you a Christian?
No.
Oh, we're just looking to debate Christians in here right now.
Nah, but I wanted to add something about your opinion. Yeah, so do you only believe that Christianity is bullshit, or is it including the other religions as well?
Oh yeah, it includes them too. Well, the Abrahamic ones anyway. I don't know much about the other ones.
So, well, I just want to ask you something about what do you think about Islam? Is it the same opinion you hold?
Yeah, it's the last in the line of corrupt texts. So I mean, it's got to be the most corrupt one, right?
So, if the text has been preserved for 1400 years, how can it be corrupt?
Because it was based on two earlier corrupted ones.
But no, it's actually not.
It's not.
Because if you think about it, right?
It's not based on the Abrahamic religions, like Abraham and.
No, it is. But 1400 years ago, how could?
Well, yeah, it's based on them then.
But how could they prophesize about today's day and age, if it's false?
I don't know. I don't think they did.
So basically, if you see a man 1400 years ago barefoot, and you tell that man, in the future you will be building the tallest building, how would you know that?
I wouldn't. I've never asked anybody from 1400 years ago anything. I don't know what you mean.
Exactly. So would you say there's a divine creature that tells the prophets that information?
No. If there was, they'd be getting their prophecies right. I mean, just my opinion of it.
What did they get wrong?
I don't know about in the Quran. I've only read the Quran once, like 5 years ago. But the Old Testament gets plenty of the prophecies wrong. Like the whole point of it, like the Babylonian exile, the New Covenant after that, like all that gets broken.
Yeah, but
so I mean, it couldn't have happened.
True. I mean, the Bible is corrupted, true, but the Quran isn't. So I don't know. You seem kind of stuck up in your opinion. It's your right, you know. But
well, I am until somebody can change my opinion.
Yeah, true. But I think maybe you're different. Maybe you should read the Quran again, and maybe just one page a day, man. Just one page a day. You know, just read it.
Yeah, not impressed.
So what are you impressed by? So you think you're gonna live and then you're gonna die?
These old books don't do it for me, man. Like we know way cooler stuff now in the modern age than they did back then.
Like what, bro?
Well, we know where semen comes from, for one thing.
Look, so basically, if I live in a world with people like you, bro, we could be eating each other's flesh, man, because we don't care. We don't obey anything. We obey ourselves, right?
Why would you want to eat me?
Man, why not? We can be like animals.
I mean, I probably taste pretty good, but I mean, I don't know about everybody.
Nah,
man. I might
but
be all right, but you shouldn't want to eat me.
It's gonna be.
It's messed up.
So, what's your reason of living?
My reason of living?
You know, what's your purpose in this world? Just school shit or just, huh?
Oh, yeah, school. Yeah, that's my purpose with school. Yeah.
Just school shit.
Yeah. I went to 7th grade, you know.
You're a what?
I went to the 7th grade. You know those SAT tests? I took them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I took some.
Yeah, I mean, can I just tell you some prophecies?
I do have an education, Julius. I have a middle school education. Thank you.
That's good. That's good. I mean, education
thank you. Thank you, Rossini.
So can I share some of the prophecies which aren't bullshit?
Prophecies that aren't bullshit?
Yeah, I mean, you think they are bullshit, the prophecies, right?
Yeah. Well, the ones in the Bible.
Ones in the Bible. Okay.
Yeah. That's why I don't find it impressive that the Quran came up and made a book based on 2 other books of prophecies that didn't happen.
So, do you believe when you die, what you just leave the earth, or you will go somewhere, or what? What's the point? What do you think will
I just
happen?
think you're dead. Well, there's no point.
Just
You just
that, huh?
die. That's what life does. Yeah.
So when you look at your body, your eyes, your eyebrows, your knees, that you can bend your knees, you can bend your elbows. When you eat, you enjoy the food. It doesn't hurt when we eat. It's all put in place,
Does
right?
if you got a toothache.
I mean, that's true, but it doesn't. But imagine you swallow food and it hurts going down your body. It doesn't, right? It's all created for to be enjoyable. So,
That's what I was just thinking, Rick. I was thinking,
so
do my knees bend to bow there?
what's the intelligence behind that?
Behind what?
Behind the creation of your perfect body, which is really
Oh,
complex.
it's not perfect, and there's no creation. It's far from perfect, actually,
Why?
because evolution didn't keep up to
So imagine if you don't have eyebrows.
Dr. Josh.
So
If I don't have eyebrows?
yeah, your eyes would be finished right now. You know that?
So, did you know that if it wasn't for modern medicine, the average age right now, based on only a few things, would only be about 40 years, where now it's worldwide,
Actually,
it's in
less.
like the 70s now, I think.
But
Actually,
which
yeah,
medicine
you might
are
be
you
right.
talking about?
I'm not talking about medicine. I'm talking about the ability to do a few things, like remove wisdom teeth and tonsils and appendixes. Like, if we couldn't do those three things, the average life expectancy would drop by 30 years. But it's because we're not perfect. Our shit grows in bad, so we have to fix it.
Yeah, but alright, so
it's not perfect.
So what are you trying to say?
Do you think complexity is a sign of design?
Yes.
How complex is God?
How complex is God? God isn't created. God is He is.
Yeah, but how complex is he?
God isn't. I mean, he. We cannot understand how he works, right? Or we cannot know how he works, but we believe whatever he wishes happens, and we don't put attributes to him like he has an eye, head, face, hands. We don't know what God looks like. So I don't know how complex. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You just
I don't know.
you are human. He's divine nature. You're human nature. He's divine nature, right? I'm not like a Christian who believes he's human. We don't believe he's human. Do you?
No, I believe he's imaginary.
All right. So when you see, let's imagine, yeah. So you think your body just happens to be like this, like super complex? It just came from nothing?
I wouldn't say it came from nothing. It's complex, yeah, but it's not nothing nature can't handle, I don't think.
So if I give you a drawing, right, like a drawing of whatever of yourself, and I give a picture, a drawing of yourself, and I say, no one has created this. This I just give to you because, and there's no maker. Would you believe that? You're like, oh no, look, you.
No, but that's
you
a
painted me.
drawing. Like, you can't hand me a rock and say the same thing.
All right, but why? But what about the drawing makes you think, no, there's no way this came from nothing? What about it?
Because that's a drawing, and I don't think anything came from nothing.
You believe you came. You believe you don't have a higher intelligence behind you, right?
Yeah.
So you are more complex than the drawing, no?
Yeah.
So how doesn't it make sense when I give you a drawing of yourself that I say that no one has created this? This is just
It doesn't
how
make
it
any
is.
sense. I wouldn't say that it did. I would say,
So
yeah, somebody drew that. But if you show
right.
me an organism, I would not say that. I would say that's a product of nature and evolution,
All right.
which
So
is where all
what?
the evidence seems to point.
So what about the organism makes you think it doesn't have a creator, but rather it's from evolution? What about it? It has to have something,
Because
no?
it's a proven fact.
So you believe that you are here because of people they had sex and then you were born, right?
Yeah, that's how I got here.
All right. So what
You don't
about?
think that's the case?
All right. So what about the first person ever to exist? How did he
There
come?
wasn't a first person. That's not how evolution works.
So how
Evolution
did the
happens to
first person
populations,
exist?
not to individuals.
Yeah. So I'm asking you. Imagine there's no humans, right? How does the first two humans exist to recreate? How?
There's not two humans.
Uh-huh.
It's a
Before
population. A population evolved into humans from monkeys, from earlier monkeys, catarinis.
Yeah. So how did the first organism exist? How? Because you
So are
cannot
we talking
just
about
suddenly
evolution, or are
have
we talking about the first life? Which one are we talking about?
yeah. The first signs of life. How did
So
the
we're
first
not
sign
talking
of
about
life
the
exist?
evolution of humans anymore. We're talking about the first sign of actual life. Is that what you mean?
No, humans or life. Look, right now we have 8 billion people, right? Is it
Last time I
always
counted,
like
yeah.
so it wasn't always like this. There was a time where we were less populated.
Yeah, we're having a lot of
And
sex, it
then
looks
there
like.
was also a time where you believed there was nothing because you believe we exist by. So how did
No,
the
I don't think
first
there was
person?
ever nothing.
So you believe we exist by intercourse, get pregnant, we are born.
That's
But
how we got here as
yes,
individuals, but it's
uh-huh.
not how life got here on this planet.
So how did life get on the planet?
A bunch of different elements, like our bodies are made
Uh-huh.
of the same elements on Earth.
Uh-huh.
So things like organic material and amino acids form naturally all over the universe.
All
So
right.
when a planet like Earth pops up that's in exactly the right place with all these ingredients there ready to go, it's
Yeah.
inevitable that life comes from that. So life
Alright.
started at some point in the early Earth's history there,
Right. So
just by the right proper conditions being met.
I understand what you're trying to say. So who created the amino acids?
Nobody. They form naturally. We've known that since the 1950s. It's the what do you call it? The Miller and Urey and Miller experiments, I think.
Alright. So basically what you're trying to say is so what about the planet? Who created the planet?
The accretion disk theory. Gravity.
Gravity? Who created gravity?
Mass.
Alright. So before there was mass, who created mass?
Nobody. Nothing's created like that.
So for you to have a logical opinion, one thing has to be independent of creation, right? One thing has to always have been there, right?
Yeah.
Just like you
Matter
say,
and energy, yeah.
you believe in amino acids or whatever. I believe that God
You don't think
was.
amino acids are real?
No, they are, but you believe amino acids are eternal. I believe.
Yeah, so why throw magic on top of it?
No, but brother, listen. Amino acids doesn't make your eye and your knees bend because look, if you didn't have a kneecap.
Yeah, but without amino acids, you wouldn't have any of those. Like you have to go in order here. Like elements, atoms build up to molecules to cells to lots of cells make bodies. Like.
All right, so the whole thing you just said, right? You just said amino acids and then molecules. There is a formulation, right? There is a formulation with that. There is a type of logic with that. There is a type of
there's actual facts and logic with that.
Yes,
Yeah,
information,
it's not just a magical belief
So
from the Middle Ages and stuff.
yes,
Iron
so
Age.
there's information, right?
Yeah.
So you walking, you breathing, you thinking is also information, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
For something to have significant amount of information, there must be a source, right? You believe the source is amino acids or whatever. I believe the
No,
source
I'm just
is
saying
a
that's
creator.
part of it.
No, but brother, you know that
Amino
just
acids are like the basic building blocks of life, and we know that they form naturally all over the universe. Like, that's
alright.
not a
So,
mystery.
do you believe this world that we live in it always existed, always, or do you believe
No.
it was created?
It's existed for about
All right.
some billion odd years.
Who created it?
Nobody created
All right.
it, man.
How was it created?
This is turning into a really redundant argument here.
No, but how was it created?
It wasn't created. I've already said that.
So it wasn't created. So it's eternal. You believe?
I think matter and energy were probably eternal in the form of some kind of quantum field. Yeah.
Man, come on, man. Don't stop playing. Come on, bro. You don't believe yourself, brother.
I do. Anyway, thanks for coming up, man. I don't think we was actually going anywhere. I prefer to stick to the black and white stuff, not try to talk about stuff that should be known since the 3rd grade. I made it to 7th. All right. Well, let's try another. What's that? I remember him. All right. Let's try the next one. Thank you for the heart. I think I only need 5 more then. He got you. He got me there. Yep. Oh, man. Well, let's keep it rolling. So this number is, get to you. Heck yeah. Burning through the folks on this live. It's pretty awesome. All right. Let's keep it rolling here. Still tons of people coming through the queue here. Thank you for the follow, guys. All the screen taps and likes. I appreciate the shit out of it. All the engagement. All the comments. It's what helps this channel explode like it has been doing here. I have to give these requests up a second to make sure I ain't getting lagged. Carl, are you there?
How's it going?
What's up, man? Welcome back. What you want to talk about today, man? I already know you're over 18 and a Christian.
Okay. Let me put my glasses on here. Okay. You're a former Christian. Jesus is a delusional man who fulfills 0 prophecies to God, is a unjust narcissist. 3 Christians are under the Christians are under the law, and sinners do not know God. Sinners do not know God. Okay, so you believe it's a God.
What?
So you believe it is a God, but just not Jesus.
No, I mean, I don't believe in any gods, but if there is a God, that's not really what I'm debating. But if there is a God, I'm just saying he's a narcissist and stuff, yeah. Based on the book.
Based on the book.
Yeah.
Okay, so you don't believe there's no God at all.
No, I'm an atheist.
So you just really your conclusion is something just popped up. All this just popped up out of nowhere, huh?
No.
Right?
No.
You saying yes or no? You shaking your head, yeah,
I'm
but you
saying
saying
no.
okay. Well, I don't know because you shaking your head yes, but you saying no. Saying right?
I'm just right. I'm moving in my chair here.
Okay.
But no is what I meant.
No is saying that you do not believe everything came from nowhere, or you?
No, nobody thinks that except Christians, I guess.
Oh, so you believe it came from something?
Yeah.
Okay, so that something must be your creator then, right?
No.
Damn. Okay, well, I don't understand. I'm not saying you do not believe. You on both sides of the fence. Sound like you don't know what side you. I can't really get
No, I
no.
do know. It sounds like you don't know what side I'm on. I know what side I'm on just fine.
No, you saying you don't believe we came from. You believe that we came from something, but you don't
Yeah,
believe
just
we.
not a God.
So you believe we came from something. I'm just trying to get
I
a
think
grasp of what you think.
I think we came about through natural means like everything else we know about came about.
Natural
Is the
means.
only difference. I just don't think it was magic.
Okay, you think we came from natural means
Yeah, natural processes.
through natural processes. So
Yeah.
would that be evolutionary processes?
Yeah.
It came from evolution. Okay, well, when did it stop?
When did what stop?
This evolution process.
It didn't stop. We're still alive.
Oh, okay. So people are still being people are still evolving from one deity, I would say, to another.
One deity to another?
Yeah.
I don't know what that means.
So people are still
People,
evolving from.
animals, all life evolves constantly. Yeah, it never stops.
Okay, so what do man evolve from?
Earlier forms of life, like earlier primates.
Okay, evolve. Okay, when you evolve from something, okay, that means you came from something, and then
Yeah.
you changed from what that something was to something else. So what
Yeah.
was the something that we started from?
A single cell organism.
A single cell. Then the single cell turned into what?
Multicellular organisms.
And then it turned into what?
We're still multicellular organisms.
Into a human. Okay, so
Yeah.
so where did the cell come from? The single cell.
It evolved from elements.
From the what?
Amino acids. Yeah.
From amino acids. So
Yeah, stuff
basically,
like that.
the amino acid.
Basic building blocks of life.
So the amino acid really is what created us then.
Well, it's part of it.
Okay, and what book does this come from?
What?
What book does that come? What does that
It's
come
in
from?
science books.
Science book. So
Yeah.
our creation story is in a science book.
Yeah, if you look at it as a creation story.
If I look at it as a creation story, okay. Well, what else would I look at it as?
I don't know. Did you go to school?
Yeah, I went to school.
They didn't teach you about evolution and gravity and stuff like that?
Nah, they never did say that. They didn't say anything about we what evolved from. You know, a lot of people say monkeys.
Yeah.
if that was the case, then I never seen a monkey in the hospital having a kid.
We are monkeys in hospitals having kids.
No, we ain't no monkeys. Cause we monkeys, we have a tail.
We are.
You
No,
got a
there's
tail?
different kinds of monkeys. Not all monkeys have tails.
Okay, so what you a baboon? I mean,
Well, we have a
a
tailbone. We
orangutan?
just don't. We have a semblance of a tail.
Okay,
We
what
just
is
don't
a
have like a
symbol?
prehensile tail. There's different kinds of tails. Some have tails, some don't.
Okay, so you a monkey without a tail? Then that's what you're telling me.
Basically, we're qualified. Homo sapiens belong in the like grade 8 family of the
And
taxonomic
so,
class.
so what did you see your parents then? If you came from a monkey, your mama
What?
is your mama. You say you evolved from a monkey, so your mama is what, a gorilla or something?
Oh no,
Orangutan?
no. Orangutans are orangutans. We're humans, Homo sapiens. We're the only genus of Homo left.
Well, I can understand.
Anyway.
I do understand that you. Okay, so you come up with some creation story. You and your people, y'all came up with a creation story in a science book. But in
Yeah,
the
well, they
Bible,
proved it through science, but yeah.
yeah, in the Bible it says uh that God created everything. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it said
Well,
he
I
wadded people up
I can
out of
say
dirt
this:
and breathed on it, and it came to life. I mean, it's
if
pretty dang silly.
you had any truth to your story, the Bible would bring up a monkey at least one time. Now, could you show us in the Bible where it's talk about a monkey at least one time?
No,
You
I
or
can't show you
anybody?
anything hardly realistic from the Bible. It don't seem to know squat that we know now.
It does say in the beginning God
It doesn't
created
even know the
everything.
Earth's round.
So how is that not realistic? You don't have nothing saying
The
no monkey
Bible's not
did nothing. You
realistic.
or nobody in the chat.
It
You ain't
says
got
God
nothing.
made people out of dirt that He breathed on.
At least it said God did. You just
Well, at
saying
least it's in a
nothing.
book, right?
You saying nothing did.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you did. You
You've
saying
already
what?
asked
One
me that.
cell
I
popped
said
up
no.
out
I
of
don't think it
nowhere.
came from nothing. Like
You
now you're
saying a
just circling
cell?
back
You
around
and the
to
people in the chat, y'all
lies
saying a
you've been
cell
telling
pop
from the
up out of
start.
nowhere, and that's how.
No, I
Then
didn't.
another cell
No, I
popped up
didn't.
somewhere next to it,
No, I
and
didn't. You're
then
just
you
so
got
bad at listening, and your memory is really bad. I don't
okay,
know what's
well,
happening really.
your eyes are bad. You and all the people that agree with you,
What's
cause
wrong with our eyes?
cause they don't have not no books or nothing saying none of the stuff you saying, and
That's
then
good. You
now,
actually got to read the books. You know, you can't just
okay, I tell
say
you
there's
what,
no books. Like if you want to
yeah,
read them, like you go read them.
I want to ask you this. I want to ask you this, and for the people that believe in the stuff you saying that's in the chat, I want to ask you this. Say, for instance, you in a room full of adults, okay? They ask you, apostate, what? Who created you? What would be your answer? Y'all can write in your answer in the
A bunch
chat.
of monkeys fucked, and we turned into us later on because of all the monkey fucking.
And your answer is the monkeys was fucking.
Yeah, reproduction.
And
Yeah.
the
Change through
monkeys,
reproduction, genetic changes over time in populations. Yeah.
okay,
Monkey
so
fucking.
the monkeys were fucking,
Yep.
and that would be your answer in front of a room full of dust. The monkeys was fucking.
Yeah. Yeah, we're in a room full of adults right now.
You in a room
I
full of
don't let
what?
kids in here. Adults.
Oh yeah, right.
Yeah, there's 90 people in here right now. 90 adults. I'm saying it in front of everybody. We came from monkey fucking, y'all. You heard it here.
Okay, well, why come today? It's never. Now you got zoos all over the world. Okay, but
Yeah.
now zoo had a baby meal or something like that. What it happened? It stopped happening, or how y'all did it? It just did it that one time, or
What are you
what?
talking about?
Oh, the monkeys fucking. Now they making
Yeah, they still
people
fuck all the time. Like we fuck. You
right,
probably
and
fuck a
I ain't never
bunch.
seen none of them had a child.
Yeah, that's not how it works.
That's not how it works.
No, we don't poop out a different species. Like, I don't know why you would think that.
You
Well, I
the
do
one
know why
said
you
the
think that because you've
motherfuckers.
never
That's
read a
where you
book about
came
it.
from.
Yeah, but I didn't say a monkey pooped out a human.
Okay, they was fucking, and what happened then?
Small changes over long periods of time adds up to big changes, and eventually you have enough changes where you have what's called macroevolution, and you're then classified as a different species.
Okay, well, so when it boils down to it, who is the creator? The monkey, then, right?
What?
When it boils down to it, so the monkey created everything.
No.
Okay, well, who did?
I was talking about humans, man. Yeah, that's where humans came from. I'm not talking about everything. I didn't say monkeys created everything.
Okay, the monkeys just created what? The humans.
They're still monkeys. We're still monkeys. I'm saying that humans evolved from earlier species of primates and monkeys and stuff. That's what I'm saying. That's the theory of evolution. Yeah. All life had a common ancestor.
All life has a common ancestor.
Yeah.
So what is a human's common ancestor?
Other monkeys. We have several of them. The tree of life is very, very complicated. It's not a fork that's easily labeled. Like, it branches off and forks 10,000 times. Like, I mean, it's extremely complicated.
Okay. Well, you say it's extremely complicated.
Yeah, the tree of life, yeah. Even just human lineage is...
Since we came from monkeys, right?
Yeah.
Okay, well...
We are monkeys, but...
Are we monkeys? Okay, well, why... So what happened to the monkeys then?
Nothing. We're still doing monkey shit.
Okay, monkeys turn into humans, well, it wouldn't be no damn monkeys.
That's not true. If all Americans came from Britain, then why is there still British people?
Okay, so I got you. You all right then? So if your child was to ask you, hey,
hold on, somebody just say what I think they said. Somebody just said they know you. Anyway, Carl, I appreciate you coming up, buddy. We're gonna move on to more of a Bible-based type debates here. Somebody said they know you up here, and it made me feel kind of bad. So I'll take their word for it. Yep, came from monkeys, monkey fucking, made humans, monkey fucking. Everything came from monkey fucking. You heard it here, folks. The apostate ape. Monkey ape. You know that one? All right. Oh, man. We'll take a different tone on that one. Yikes. Oh, he was here. I got lagged. Or maybe he was not here. Vlad, are you there? Vlad, if that was on purpose, you're going to have to go somewhere quieter. Let's try Bert. Let's give Bert a shot. Bert, are you there?
Hi, yeah, I'm here. That was very amusing earlier, by the way. It was okay. God is God a narcissist, right? That's my bit of your quote, because I was an atheist for 50
you're over 18,
years.
right?
Oh yeah, God, I'm ancient. Yeah,
Okay, cool.
I was an atheist for 50 years, pretty much over 50 years. Yeah, I've a really strong atheist for a long time, and I won't bore you with all the details, but I got really interested in quantum physics, and I ended up believing in God through my own weird path of logic.
So
But
you're not a
one
Christian,
of the
though?
big things, oh, no, not really. But,
Oh, okay.
one of the
Well,
things
sorry, man, but we're
that,
just looking to debate Christians up here at the moment.
oh, you're after Christians, yeah? Oh,
Yeah,
that's a
I got
shame.
XIANS only on the screen there.
Oh, right, yeah. Oh, is it? Oh, it's a former Christian. Oh, that's pity.
Sorry, man. No worries. I'll drop you back here. But yeah, just looking to debate Christians up here, man. Try to keep audience retention there. All right, Vlad, I don't think he was there. Thanks. That was a little confusing. Sorry about that. All right, so before I bring up the next one, man, I love having a full queue. Even though we go through them like usual, it's still nice. I haven't had to like sit around at all. This is pretty amazing. Medusa, thank you. Hell yeah. We love the gifts, y'all. The gifts are the way to go if you can give. If you can give, that is definitely the best way to support the channel. But if you don't have gifts, you can wiggle your thumb on the screen. You can comment here and there, share it out. All that stuff's totally free, or you can just be here. I appreciate you either way, no matter what you're doing. No matter what you're doing. All right. So y'all please keep tapping that screen for me. The more likes we get, the better. That's for sure. 528, heck yeah. So what is that, 12 new followers this live? It's been 2 hours and 20 minutes. It's been over 2,000 people rolled through already. I think we're doing pretty good. I haven't hit I still need 5 more hearts to hit my goal there. Yeah, there's 2 of them. There's 100 roses and 25 heart thingies. I like the hearts because they pop up on screen, so I always do some of those. It's neat to see them flash on the screen. I tend to notice them better and say thanks and stuff. Alright, man. Alright. Oh, Wizzy came back here. Maybe he's got better signal, if he's even still here. Thank you for the heart, buddy.
All right, this will be my last time. My fault, bro. I don't want to keep, coming on here. But
oh, no worries. I
heard you saying that
where we left off next.
Jesus wasn't, a descendant of David. Would a man say that he's a descendant of somebody he's not, though? So out of Jesus' own mouth, he said he's a descendant of David. Would he say that if he's not?
Yeah, people lie all the time.
But he
Jesus says a bunch of stuff that's not true.
Okay, just for the sake of it, if he said it, I will believe it because it came out of his mouth. I believe in the Bible, just for the sake of it, okay? And I can pull it up where he said it. So he is for Bible reference, he is a lineage of David. He comes from the descendants of David. I, Jesus, have sent my angels to announce these things to you. In the churches, I am a descendant from the family of David. I am the bright morning star. The Spirit and the bride say, come.
Okay.
Everyone who hears this must also say, come. Come, whoever is thirsty, accept the water of life as a gift, whoever wants it. Saying the whole world can accept the whole gift of Christ. You feel me? And I do understand what y'all mean, the apes and everything. I don't want to go back to them topics either, because that's leading away from the message of God. That's the whole point of it. I believe in everything.
You think Jesus knew he was born from a divine virgin?
Yes.
How come he never says that?
He don't have to if the message was already revealed. And yes, he actually does say he's the son of Mary.
Have to say he's born from David?
If he says he's from the son of Mary, if he says anything with Mary, clarifying that Mary was a virgin, he is saying that he was born from a virgin. In those times, Mary,
that?
Yes, he literally says he's the son of Mary and Joseph. Well, not Joseph, technically. He's the son of the
Does he say I was born from a virgin?
No, but if he says his mother's name, he's born from the virgin.
Don't say that.
In that town
so
where
if
she was from.
he don't have to say that, why does he have to say David?
But he says David, just so y'all know where he comes from. He comes from the lineage of David.
That's what I'm saying. That it doesn't make a difference. Just because
it does make a difference.
Doesn't mean... No,
it does.
Because he
And
didn't
plenty
come
of
from the
times
line
he
of David
says he
anyway.
comes from a miraculous birth, which we could say the birth of Mary. He literally says he's come from the Spirit. How can you come from the
Yeah, he had
Spirit?
a mom.
He
Her
was
name was
conceived.
Mary, but that doesn't mean he came from a virgin,
Yes,
divinely
he does. He
conceived.
says he's
That would have
come
made him like
from
a
the Spirit. He
demigod.
literally says come from the Spirit. He literally said he came from the Spirit. I don't know what scripture, but I could try to find it. I don't want to interrupt
Well,
time.
he thought he was from God. Yeah, he thought he was the son of God. I mean, no argument there.
Okay, even if he thinks it, you said that he said.
But he
That's
still
literally
wasn't
him
from
saying,
the line of
okay,
David, though.
he is though. Do we agree
He's
that
not.
Abraham is the line of David? Isaac is the line of David. Joseph is.
Just not Jesus.
But he's the line of them. He comes from the line of them. Literally the line
Joseph
of them.
didn't even consummate the marriage with Mary until after Jesus was born.
Okay, do you know who's a part of the lineage of Jesus? You would probably say the Jews, and you are right. They're just one nation. You have 12 nations of Jesus who comes from the lineage. Literally 12 nations. That's
Yeah,
like
but I'm
thousands
talking
of
about
people,
Jesus.
millions.
I'm
Yes,
talking about Jesus.
Yes, those millions of people come from the lineage of David.
No argument there.
Those 12 disciples come from the lineage of David. Yes, that is true.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
There was lots of tribes in Israel that wasn't related to David. They weren't from that line.
All 12 is related to David. They have the great grandfather.
Or else
Yes, they are.
anybody who's an Israelite would have been born from the clan of David. That
Yes,
makes
all
no sense.
Israelites are born from most Israelites are from the clan of David. They're
All right, well,
Israelites,
show
the
us
start
something that
of
says
David.
all 12 disciples and all the clans of Israel are from the line of David. Show us.
It wouldn't say that. It goes back to their father, and father.
Oh, okay. So it doesn't say that, right?
It would mention David. It would mention who his father is.
I
It would
only
mention
talk
them.
about stuff it does say, not stuff it doesn't say.
See, that's crazy because I just told you that that Jesus said he came from the.
Yeah, but you're just making stuff up because it's not in there.
It literally Revelations 21, 22. The coming of
You
Jesus.
wouldn't accept an argument if I said Jesus thought of this and thought that, and you said, well,
I
where
will
does it say
accept
that
it.
in the scripture? And I said nowhere. So I could just make up whatever I want.
If
You'll
it
accept
doesn't
as
come
long
from
as
the
I say it's from
scripture,
Jesus?
if it doesn't come from we're not saying it's just coming from this. It comes from the scripture, the Holy Bible, the Word of God, the Holy Testament. This is a testament.
Yeah, but you're saying something that's not in the Word.
That is in the Word. I literally gave it to you. The whole
said
scripture.
it's not.
Revelations
You said it's
21,
not.
22. The coming of Jesus. 16. I, Jesus, have sent my angel
Buddy,
to
I don't think
announce
you're
these
making near as
things.
much sense as you think you are.
It's you, Brody. It's you. I don't think you
It's
wanted to
not
make
me.
sense. Your ears is
I'm actually going with
closed.
what the Word says, and you're
Your
making up
ears is-
stuff about it.
You want me to show my camera? I'll show my camera just for the sake of it.
What are you going to show us?
Yeah, you won't let me. I will show you that it's
Won't
literally
let you
coming from
what?
the book.
Show us then.
She said I'm making from the book.
You don't need the camera. Just read it or tell us the verse, and I'll read it.
I've been reading it. Revelations 21, 22.
I asked you where it
just
says
go there.
that, and you said
Revelations
it's not in
21,
there.
22. I never said that.
I know what Revelation says. What?
Revelations 21, 22.
This is what. Thanks for coming back up, man. This is way too confusing for me. I don't think you're tracking like you probably think you are. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm a easily confused person sometimes, but oh my God, Dr. Johnson's so funny. You're right. I can't handle it. Your torrents of nothing and contradictions of words are destroying my brain, man. You cooked me. I'm cooked. Thoroughly cooked. No, you're confusing me. I said, where does it say that? And you said it don't say that. And then you said it did say that. You said, turn my camera on, I'll show you. So, I mean, I have no idea what you're even talking about, man. PMARS said I suck at debate, y'all. Oh, no. PMARS thinks I'm bad at debating. Oh, gosh. Hey, this is a valid source, man. He's been around. He probably does know. I hear you, buddy. I hear you. Oh, man. All right. Oh, Carl's back in the box. Carl, there's no... We can't. I think the monkey fucking topic ran its course there. Yes. Yeah, Doctor. Oh, you are killing me today. I've done a lot of laughing today. I love this. Well, you can come up and if you got one of these topics you want to debate us on, Mr. PMARS, we could let the 90 people watching here decide who's good at debating and who's not. I never really claimed to be good at debating personally. I just try to have some conversations with people that actually can track conversations. Like, I'm just assuming if you're saying it says something, then you can show us where it says that. And if you say it's not, I'm the biggest bigot. That's quite an admission. Interesting. What identity politics is here? Is that somebody? Is that actually PMARS or somebody being talking like an asshole? Be goofy in here. I see. Well, I don't want to talk about bigotry, but if you want to debate your religion, I'll debate you on that. Probably be all right. I've talked to you before. You ran off because you didn't want to actually talk about the Bible. Word up, Josh. Me too. Yeah, actually, you got to be capable of a conversation on here. Oh, I didn't say you ran, man. I was talking about PMARS. No, you didn't ran. I dropped you because you wasn't making any sense. I was getting too confused with your words there. Mama Bash, what's up? I caught your son last night. That was the first time I've seen him. That was good. I liked it. Oh, PMARS. Is this the real PMARS? PMARS, is that really you?
Yeah. I'm not a fan of white identity politics, but because you guys were fucking around with like BLM and all that shit, now we got white identity politics, and it's gonna suck and it's gonna be violent. But
what are we?
You guys got nothing to blame but yourselves because y'all started it with this racism shit. So
who is y'all?
Now the chicken's coming home to roost, y'all. The Overton window is shifting, Joshua Bowen, and now it favors me. Uh-oh.
Hey, you're gonna have to look. You'll have to cry about Dr. Josh in the comments, man. You can't do it up here. I thought you was actually going to debate us. That was disappointing. I thought we had a debate with PMARS, y'all, but he just talked about BLM, some sort of bowel movement, I think. You'll debate. What will we debate? Will you debate one of these topics up here? Trod, what's happening, buddy? Oh, okay. Well, if you'll try one of these topics and actually stick to it, we'll give you a shot here. All right. So which one of the topics you like up here, dog?
Oh, crap. I have like a list of all the prophecies that were fulfilled in my car, I think.
And you need to grab them, or?
Sure. What's the other one? God is an unjust narcissist.
Yeah.
That's so ridiculous. How could he be unjust? He's the standard of justice.
No, he does unjust things like punishing people for other people's crimes and stuff.
Yeah, but he defines what justice is. So, like, you're not in a position to... Huh?
How does God define justice?
Because he's, like, the standard of what's right. And without him...
You said he defines it, though. How does he define it?
Because he's the standard. He's the authority of, like, what's right and wrong. And without God, who's the authority of right and wrong? You or Joshua Bowen?
Well, you and me, yeah.
Well, then you're not you can't say anyone is wrong. That's a contradiction.
Yes, I can.
No, because
I have an opinion. Don't you have an opinion on these things, or do you let this book and this God tell you what's all good and bad?
But like my opinions don't affect other people. Like if I have a personal moral code, like let's say I'm a vegan, right? And I think it's wrong to eat meat or whatever, animal products. That doesn't apply to anyone but me because it's just my opinion. It's like subjective. There's no like standard to enforce that like everyone has to be vegan or something like that. So like we can't.
Okay.
But like God creates everything. He creates reality. He creates truth, knowledge. So he can like make justice real. He can make good and evil
Okay,
real.
so what is justice according to God then?
Justice.
According to God, it said God defines justice.
I mean that'd be like defined in the Bible, like
Where at? Let's look at it.
well, like I would say well, he says what like it's about faith, justice, mercy. That's like the principles behind it. I mean, it's just like you know, it's just like principles of like, you know, treating people with dignity, respect, loving other people.
So justice is treating people with respect?
Well, I guess justice is like when people get what they deserve. So like,
yeah, exactly. So when somebody else gets punished for something they don't deserve, that's injustice, right?
Well, no, because like,
you seem to be really, really struggling to define justice here.
Well, justice is just when people get what they deserve. But then like, God is going to like determine, you know, like he's going to define who deserves what, right? Because he's like going to be the authority.
So if God says you deserve something, you just deserve it.
Yeah. If God says you're righteous, then you're righteous. If God says you deserve punishment, then you deserve punishment. So like,
if God was actually doing something unjust, how would you know? What would you? What standard?
It's a contradiction. God cannot be evil because evil depends on the good, right? You can't have evil without good. Evil is derivative.
So you could name, like, tell me like a wicked act, like just an example of one, and then you say if God does that wicked act, that makes it good, right?
Sure. Like, it has to do with authority. Like, if I pull you over in my car, that's bad, right? Because I'm not a police officer. But a police officer would have the authority to pull you over, and it wouldn't be like wrong. It's like God
cop still has to charge you with actual crimes and perform a lawful stop, right?
He has to have like a reason to pull you over, sure. But like the point is, if I pull you over, that's a crime of impersonating an officer. I'm like not allowed to do that. I don't have that authority. So like
and
God,
if a cop pulls you over for no reason, he's still doing something injust.
But they have an authority. The cop has an authority I don't have. Even with
but they don't have unjust authority though. They can only operate.
Okay, but the point is like we grant in our society, we grant certain people authority over others. So like a CEO has certain responsibilities and authorities that like a low level worker wouldn't have. Like a CEO could have write a check for the company or something, but if a low level worker just like wrote a check for the company, they'd probably be committing fraud or something like that, unless they were ordered to do so. But like, so the point is like God is sort of like a cosmic police officer, and he has the authority to deal out justice. So like when he floods the planet, there's nothing wrong with that because he's judging wicked people. So he gives you life.
What's he judging based on?
Like his standard. He is the standard. He decides. He's the authority.
What is the standard? Like there has to be some sort of standard.
Well, I mean, it's like revealed in scripture. It's like, you know,
where at? Which one?
It's just like obeying what God says, like to love others and love God. If you love others and love God, don't be a hypocrite. What?
Have you ever read Genesis 18?
Yeah, I just read it yesterday.
Really? Well, Abraham holds God to a standard of justice. It's pretty clear, isn't it?
No, that's impossible.
It is.
Yeah.
Didn't you say you just read it yesterday?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, hold on. Let me read you a line here. It says, "Far be it from you to do such a thing." This is Abraham talking to God. "To slay the righteous who are in it. Far be it from you to do such a thing, to slay the righteous with the wicked, so that the righteous fare as the wicked. Far be it from you. Shall not the judge of all the earth do what is just?" So we're talking about a human standard of justice that they're holding God to here.
But he can't. I don't think that's. I'm not sure what's going on there, but like you can't you can't tell
Talking about
God.
Sodom and Gomorrah, he says, if there's any righteous, he says, certainly you would not do something unjust like slaying the righteous with the wicked. God said, no, I wouldn't do that. So he's being held to a standard here.
Well, that's his standard, though. He's just talking about God's standard. He's saying God, you wouldn't do this because he knows God.
Yeah, but we still have a standard, don't we?
But it's God's standard.
Yeah, but it is a standard. There's a standard there about slaying the righteous with the wicked, right?
God is the standard, though.
Yes, but there's a realistic standard here. Just saying it's God is meaningless. Like you have to define it in some sort of actual parameters. You know what I mean?
Well, he is the parameter. It's God.
Well, I mean, I can just say Marduk is the parameters. It doesn't mean anything.
Yeah. Yes, it does.
Yeah. No, it doesn't. So Marduk is the standard for justice?
You can try to argue that, but I don't know how you do that.
Well, I'm using the same argument you are. Marduk is the standard. It doesn't mean anything, does it?
Yeah, well, but I would run like precept on you on that one, where I could say like how do you have epistemic access to the standard? Did it reveal itself to you, and then you're done?
I don't.
Right, so then
I'm just saying we can agree on justice. We kind of already did, actually. But when you involve God, you're changing your standard. You're applying a double standard, like a special pleading fallacy to it.
No. So, like, you think it's wrong to, like, assault someone or something, right? I think it's wrong to assault someone. But on the surface, it seems like we agree. But we actually don't, because the reason I think it's wrong is because God said so. So if you agree with God and you go, oh, well, it's wrong to assault people, but the reason is your authority, that's a sin.
We're still agreeing, though.
I know, but it doesn't matter if you agree, because it has to do with authority. God is the authority.
We're both agreeing on the same thing, but we can get to the authority part, but all you need is a justification. But what I'm saying is we can agree on justice, we can agree on injustice, but I'm saying when you apply, the second we apply this to God and he violates that, you're going to say, well, it's just authority or whatever.
He can't.
I don't know.
He can't violate it. God can't be evil. It's impossible. No, because God can't.
Do you think it's objectively? So if we're going by objectives, do you think
if you're going to say God's evil, there has to be another God now to be a standard to call the Christian God evil. Because if God can't be evil, God is self-contained and non-derivative. So God can't depend on anything outside of himself. Evil depends on something outside of itself. Evil is dependent on the standard of good. Evil can't exist on its own. So God being absolute can never be evil. It's like analytically true.
So how can be God good without evil?
Because evil good doesn't depend on evil. Good can exist
without
evil.
You're saying evil depends on good, but good doesn't depend on evil?
No, good can exist independent of evil, but evil can never exist alone. So God could never be evil. It's like
seems like contradiction after contradiction, man.
Well, saying God's evil is a contradiction. You'd have to say there's another God that would make him evil.
No, I can just point to like things that I think are evil shit and base them on things that I think are evil.
That's not real. That's just your opinion. Real. That's your opinion. Now we're just debating opinions.
I only have an opinion.
Well,
I can't argue from my mind
appealing to reality.
I'm appealing to me. No, but
I'm appealing to
reality.
I'm appealing to objective reality. I'm saying like there's this God.
So you would say it's objectively wrong to have innocent babies dashed to pieces and women raped, right?
Are you talking about like Psalm 137?
Well, there's a bunch of
Okay, but like some
episodes to talk about, unfortunately. But like, would you say it's objectively wrong to dash innocent babies to pieces? Or is there sometimes when it's okay? Like,
well,
when
if God commanded it, like in the Old Testament, it would be okay.
Then it was okay, right?
Yeah, because then it's like
so you
justice
don't
from
think it's
God.
objectively wrong to dash infants to pieces?
I think it's wrong for humans to decide who lives and dies. I think only God has the authority of who lives and dies. That's what I think.
So, but that's what I'm saying. I'm asking you if it's right or wrong, though.
Yeah, it depends if it comes from God. If God orders it, then it's right. If God doesn't, then it's not.
So how could you possibly tell if God is doing something not right?
He can't.
I know. That's what I'm trying to show you.
But there's nothing wrong with that.
You're incapable of knowing if God did anything evil. You've put yourself in that position. You can literally watch a bunch of evil stuff, and then the second your God does that evil stuff, you have to say, never mind, that was actually good because God did it. Either way, you're making it subjective to God's mind.
Well, that's a category difference. Well, God, it's subjective to God's mind, but God is the ultimate objective absolute. So anything God says is objective. Because God is...
Yeah, but if he changes his mind, it makes that objective, right?
He can't change his mind. He doesn't change his mind.
He absolutely does. He does it in Exodus 32:14. You want to read it?
Okay, but, well, that's a straw man of my view, then. I don't...
Well, you just said he doesn't change his mind.
Yeah, and that's the Christian position. So if you're going to say that God changes his mind...
It's not the biblical one.
The Christian theologians, our view is that God doesn't change his mind. So if you're going to say, well...
Here, let me read you.
But it doesn't matter. But it doesn't matter what the text says because
it says he changed his mind.
Okay, but it doesn't matter what you think it says, right? Because there's experts.
It says he changed his mind.
But that doesn't matter because experts like Bible scholars and theologians never say that God changes his mind. Like no one says that.
The text says he changes his mind.
But that's just you're reading your bitterness and resentment into the text. That's confirmation
It's what
bias.
it says. It says, and the Lord changed his mind about the disaster that he planned to bring.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you think.
It doesn't matter what the book says?
Do you care what my view is or not? You don't care what my view is?
I care what the book says.
Do you care? Okay. So you want to bicker about what the book says? That's what you want to do?
You're saying it says something that it doesn't say.
So all Bible scholars are wrong and all theologians are wrong.
There's a Bible scholar in the chat right now.
He's not a Bible scholar. He's fake. When he investigates the Bible, he divorces the theology from the Bible, and he investigates it. He investigates it like it's just a regular book in history. That is poor scholarship because if you divorce the theology from the Bible, it has a totally different meaning. He's a terrible
and the Lord
scholar.
changed his mind about the disaster that he planned to bring on the people.
Taking advantage of
saying he changed his mind.
He doesn't. God doesn't think like a human being. God's omniscient. God knows everything instantly. He doesn't make decisions. It's like you're not even thinking correctly about this.
I'm reading the words that say he changed his mind about the disaster that he planned to bring.
God is omniscient. He knows everything instantly.
Then why
he can't change his mind. That doesn't make sense.
It says he changed his mind.
Yes, it's anthropomorphic language.
No, he was going to unalive them all, and then he changed his mind and didn't. Moses talked him out of it.
Well, that's no one's view, so that does nothing.
It's in the book.
It's just what you think. No one else thinks that.
Says.
Yeah,
yes,
but
they do.
You're not attacking my view, then you're not attacking my view. That does nothing.
You're the one who said he don't change his mind. I'm showing you a passage in a story where he clearly does change his mind.
Okay, but do you know that all Bible scholars disagree with you?
No, they don't.
Okay, name one that does.
Josh Bowen.
He's not a Bible scholar.
I'll just tell you. Yeah.
He's not a Bible scholar.
Agrees with me, actually.
Name a Bible scholar.
Him, don't you? John J. Collins, Bruce Metzger.
Are they actually Christians, or are these freaks like Josh Bowen?
2 out of 3 was Christian. Bart Ehrman's not a Christian, but John J. Collins and Bruce Metzger are.
Does John...
I don't understand. Like, can't we just read the story and you tell what it's saying?
Apparently not. Not if you have like bitterness and resentment in your heart. You're gonna read confirmation bias into the text.
Well,
So
it literally says verbatim, the Lord
Okay.
changed his mind.
No, neither John J. Collins nor Bruce Metzger teaches that God literally changes his mind in the sense of being surprised, making mistakes, or altering his eternal purpose due to new information. Wrong. So you just lied to me. Why did you lie to me?
I didn't. I've read like a whole bunch of their books.
They don't agree with that.
Yes, they do.
I just looked it up.
Yeah, it's not the same.
What the fuck?
Yeah, what the fuck? It says it right here. He changed his mind.
No, but John Collins and Bruce Metzger don't agree. So I have their view. So why can't you attack my view? Why are you attacking some view I don't have?
No, he has commentary on this. You should read it.
Where? Well, give me a source. I don't believe you.
John J. Collins.
I looked it up and it says no. You're wrong.
Well, it told you what Google's opinion of that was.
Yeah, so
But you can
give
read
me
his
a
book.
fucking
Like I'm
source,
telling you, I read his
bitch.
book. I just did.
You're full of shit. What's the source?
Why are you yelling at me, man?
Because you're lying, man. Give me a citation, you lying
Did Darth teach you
shitbag.
to holler at people like this? The
Hey,
Bible says
is
you're not
lying?
supposed to
Do you
be
think
talking
lying
like
is
this.
just?
You're
Do you
not
think
supposed to let
lying is
profanities
justice?
and angers leave your mouth, dude.
Yeah. See, this is what happens when you deny God. And
Colossians chapter 3, verse 8 says, "But now you
I don't
must
care.
get rid of the such things."
You said
anger,
John
wrath,
Collins
malice,
or Bruce
slander,
Metzger.
and
I want a
abusive
citation
language
from them.
your mouth. How come you're not following?
Give me a
your words,
citation
man?
from John Collins or Bruce Metzger that say that God changes his mind.
I don't know a citation. I just have to go back and read
They
the
don't
book.
fucking say it.
Yeah, they do. That's what the book says.
God, I don't understand.
I don't know. I
It's
don't
not
understand why
cool.
words don't have words here, man.
Yeah, words.
Yeah, words in the book.
Yeah,
They
and
don't-
I
they
told
mean
you,
things.
like, so I think it's anthropomorphic language. Now what? Now what's your rebuttal?
So God more anthropomorphically changed his mind, is what you're saying.
Great rebuttal. Riveting.
What does anthropomorphically changed his mind mean?
You don't know what anthropomorphic language is?
I'm asking you a question.
Dude, how are we talking about the Bible? You know what anthropomorphic language is. Anyone who
I'm
studies the
asking
Bible
you
knows
what
that.
you
Come on,
meant
man.
by
Now
God
you're pretending to be dumb.
anthropomorphically changed his mind.
So, first he lies about what scholars say, and now he's pretending to not know what anthropomorphic language is. I mean, this is
I'm
this is
asking you
what is this is
how
why I say you
God
suck at debate.
anthropomorphically changed his mind. Can you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
What?
How did God anthropomorphically change his mind? What did you mean by that? Is my
He
question.
didn't.
I
Well,
didn't ask you
first
what
of all,
anthropomorphically
my
means.
view is he doesn't change his mind. So you keep smuggling that in. It's anthropomorphic language. That it's they get like they say God has like anger or wrath, right? That's anthropomorphic language. God isn't actually angry, but they're using something like human. It's hard to describe God because he's set
So
apart
he's
from
angry,
creation.
but he's not angry.
They use some things familiar with humans to kind of express what God is doing. And so when they talk about like God changing his mind, they're not talking about it's anthropomorphic language. It doesn't mean he changed his mind. It means like he is
When you called me a bitch, was it anthropomorphic?
He's like sad. Like he looks at humanity. He like looks at you and your rebellion and he like cries. Like
So when he
it's
changes his
sad.
mind about unaliving the Israelites in this chapter here, what does it actually mean then? What actually happened if he didn't change his mind?
He doesn't change, dude. Okay, I'm gonna read a scripture. I'll own you on that one. Okay.
Well, I just read you one. It says, "And the Lord changed his mind about the disaster that he had planned to bring on his people." That's verbatim. I'm reading it.
Yeah, he makes like threats, like if you don't repent, then I'll do X. Right? Those are like
Well, he was gonna do
What's the word?
something, and then Moses says, "Don't do this because
No.
of this," and God says, "Okay." He relents and changes his mind.
Yeah, he
He
relents.
was gonna do something, and then he changed his mind and didn't do it. That's changing your mind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so Jeremiah. So,
So
this
you
is
actually do
explained.
agree with me. That's okay.
This is explained in Jeremiah 18, 7 through 10, right? If anytime I announce that a nation or kingdom will be uprooted, torn down, and destroyed, and if that nation I warned repents of its evil, then I will relent and not inflict on it the disaster I had planned. And if at another time I announce that a nation or kingdom be built up and planted, and if it does evil in my sight and does not obey me, then I will reconsider the good I had intended for it. So his judgments and blessings are often conditional on human repentance and obedience. That doesn't mean that God is surprised, makes mistakes, or contradicts his eternal nature. It shows his consistent nature of mercy and justice, responding relationally to people's free choices. So that's what's going on.
That's not what's going on in Exodus 32. That's what's going on in Jeremiah, though. I agree with you there.
Why doesn't Jeremiah apply to Exodus?
In Jeremiah, he's warning them. He's saying, look, you've turned from me, and you better turn back, or I'm going to do really bad things to you. But in Exodus, he's decided he's about to unalive them, and Moses says, you can't do this, God. There's people that's going to say you're bringing evil on the people you just saved, and God changes his mind. It's different. The context is different.
No, he doesn't.
He does.
You know this. Like, come on, man. You know this.
I don't know. I'm telling you, this is what
you're just playing. You're playing. You're literally. This is just a word game.
Do you want to just read it?
Yeah, you're talking about the goal. Is Exodus 32, 7 through 14.
Yeah, the golden calf. Yeah.
Right. But mainstream biblical scholarship interprets this as anthropomorphic language, right? So it's describing God and
that's
human.
That's fine, but I can just read it.
Yeah, but if it's anthropomorphic language, then that would be an important context to understanding what you're reading, would it not?
I don't think it's anthropomorphic here.
You don't think so? Okay, so then how do we know if it's anthropomorphic or not? Who's the authority?
Because you can read the actual context of what's happening in the story.
Mm-hmm.
Like in Jeremiah, he was warning them. He said, you better turn back or I'm going to make you eat your children. And then they don't, and he makes them eat their children.
If I put it in a context where it's anthropomorphic and you don't, how do we know who's right?
Well, we can just read it.
We just read it.
Yeah.
Okay.
You want to do that? Here, I'll only take a second. It's in verse 11. It says, but Moses implored the Lord his God and said, O Lord, why does your wrath burn hot against your people, whom you brought out of the land of Egypt with great power and a mighty hand? Why should the Egyptians say it was with evil intent that he brought them out to unalive them in the mountains and to consume them from the face of the earth? Turn from your fierce wrath, change your mind, and do not bring disaster on your people. Remember Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, your servants, how you swore to them by your own self, saying to them, I will multiply your descendants like the stars of heaven, and all this land I have promised I will give unto your descendants, and they shall inherit it forever. And the Lord changed his mind about the disaster he planned to bring on his people. That's Moses talking sense into God right there. Oh, I don't know what happened there.
What about, so let's put this in context. Exodus talks about, God as if he has hands, eyes, nostrils. So is that anthropomorphic language? Or does God actually have hands? Is it or not?
It depends on which part you're talking about. If you're talking
when
about
it says God has
garden,
a nostril,
he's literally walking
Exodus,
around with hands and feet. Now,
in
when
Exodus,
you're talking about other times, it is being
yeah.
metaphorical hands.
So in Exodus, when it talks about God's nostrils, is that anthropomorphic?
It's metaphorical.
It's
well,
it's,
you can call
it's
it
an anthropomorphism. It is it's attributing.
Yeah. Okay,
it's anthropomorphism is when you attribute human form, like nostrils, or action.
Yeah, I got you. I see
God.
what you're saying now. I get it. Yeah.
So that's the context I'm talking about, right? So there is a context for anthropomorphic language. So you're wrong.
Well, how does that apply to him changing his mind?
It's in the same text.
His nostrils. I'm not even sure that's.
No, you want to put it. I said it. You'll read the text. Well, let's read the text. Let's put it in context. So in the very text of Exodus, it's clearly using anthropomorphic language, and I think it's clear in the verse that you are bringing up too about God changing his mind, because the Hebrew word there is a verb nakam, and it's used for God relenting, repenting, or changing his mind. It's an anthropomorphic language. It's portraying God's relational responsiveness to human repentance, prayer, and intercession. Right? Like when Moses pleads in Exodus 32. So
I mean, I think it's just saying he changed his mind about the situation and the disaster he was about to bring on the people for doing what he just told them not to do. I think he was just really bad.
No, God's just being consistent and merciful, responding within time to human free choices. He has always known them, though. He responds in time. He's relational. God's relational. He responds in a relational way to humanity. So he's responding
in the
relationally.
Story, God was going to unalive all the Israelites for worshiping that calf, right?
Well, he knew he wasn't when he said that.
Oh, so he was just saying he was about to do it to make Moses question.
It's the same thing that's going on in Jeremy, because when people repent, or when people, if God promises something, it's conditional, right? Like based on if people are repentant or obedient or disobedient. So
God was just lying there? He wasn't actually gonna blow him out?
So yeah, great argument. You're not responding to what I'm saying. That's why I say you suck at
I'm trying to figure out what you're saying because it makes no sense to me. It's not, but you're not saying anything actually contextual here based on the story.
Yeah. I guess I don't have the pedagogical skills to educate you.
I guess not.
No. So how do you interpret Ephesians 2:15 given your third prompt?
Ephesians 2:13.
2:15. Yeah.
I don't know how to interpret that. Ephesians 2:13. Yeah, it's just saying he's abolished the law here.
Yeah, he said that we're under the law. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, that's what Jesus said. This is Paul saying the law is abolished, not Jesus.
Let's say Paul is disagreeing with Jesus.
Yeah. Yeah, Jesus says in Matthew 5, "For truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, not one letter, not one stroke of a letter will pass from the law until all is accomplished."
Mm-hmm. And he says he came to fulfill the law, right? And then so when Paul says what it means
and the prophets.
When Paul says in Romans 13, when he interprets what that means to fulfill the law, so Paul's just lying?
Well, when does Jesus say the law is going to pass away?
Paul said it.
Yeah, I'm asking when Jesus said, because he's not saying the same thing Paul is.
I think he's saying it there when I came to fulfill the law. He came to give us a new law.
So you're saying Jesus said, when I come, the law is fulfilled.
Yeah, Paul interprets what it means in Romans 13, verse 8. He says, "Let no debt remain outstanding except the continuing debt to love one another. For whoever loves others has fulfilled the law. The commandments, you shall not commit adultery, you shall not steal, or whatever other command there may be are summed up in this one command. Love your neighbor as yourself. Love does no harm to a neighbor, therefore love is the fulfillment of the law." So this is the law of liberty. So James also mentions the law of liberty. Is James also rebelling against Jesus?
No, maybe not.
But he talks about the law of liberty. He says we're under the law of liberty.
Well, I'm saying, how do you interpret this? "For truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, not one letter, not one stroke of a letter will pass from the law until all is accomplished."
He's talking about the law of liberty.
So when does he say it's going to go away?
When he says I came to fulfill it. He's talking about replacing.
He says, "For truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, not one letter, not one stroke of a letter will pass from the law until all is accomplished." So he's saying until heaven and earth pass away, the law is in effect.
But he gave us
Leviticus.
But we got a new law.
Is where that law comes from.
We have Jesus gave us Jesus gave us a new law, the law of liberty. If you read James, we get the law. We're under the law of liberty.
Love your neighbor as yourself, right?
We're not under the Mosaic law. Correct.
You know that's Levitic law, right?
Right. So like the whole point,
Right.
the point of the Mosaic law was to get people to love each other, but it's fulfilled in Jesus, where his lifestyle is the example that we are to follow and how to live. So Christianity is a lifestyle. Christianity isn't like a list of like, oh, do X, Y, Z, and then you get the goodie or something. It's not like a checklist of things we have to do. It's a lifestyle. It's a way of life.
Well, Jesus says the law stands until heaven and earth passes away.
Yeah, the law of liberty. Yes.
No, it doesn't say liberty there. It says the law. That's the law of Moses.
No,
Levitic law.
It can't be. Well, then why did Christians not keep the Sabbath?
Because y'all listen to Paul and not Jesus.
No. Because
y'all think the law is abolished, like Paul said, but Jesus never says that.
It's fulfilled we're under a new law.
Jesus, here, I'll read it one more time. It says, "Do not think that I have come to abolish the law or the prophets. I have come not to abolish, but to fulfill." You know what not abolish means?
Well, yeah, but he abolished the Mosaic law, and then he gives us a new law.
So he did come to abolish the law.
Yeah, the Mosaic law. He gave us the law of liberty.
Okay. Well, you're not reading what the Bible says, man. That's not what Jesus' words are.
So then what's the law of liberty?
I don't know what the law of liberty is.
Well, then how the fuck you don't even know what they're talking about?
I'm reading the words of Jesus.
Yeah, read the Bible.
Do not think that I have come to abolish the law.
But James talks about the law of liberty.
This is Jesus, man.
Yeah.
Who's right, Jesus or James or Paul?
James is his brother. You think James is lying too?
So why are you discarding?
So both James and Paul are lying. So James says,
Jesus is saying? Jesus says the law will not be abolished until heaven and earth pass away.
Right, but we have the law of liberty, which is a perfected law. The Mosaic law wasn't perfect.
Well, why didn't Jesus say accept this part of the law?
Well, what's the law of liberty? So James 1:25.
There's no law of liberty here. Jesus doesn't talk about that.
Yes, there is. James 1:25. But the one who looks intently into the perfect law, the law of liberty, and preserves, being no hearer who forgets, but a doer who acts, he will be blessed in his doing. So God is comparing God's word to a mirror. Just as a person who looks in a mirror and forgets their appearance is foolish, believers should look intently into this law, studying, obeying.
Well, I'm trying to listen to Jesus. Where does Jesus say that law is abolished?
So his disciple, you don't care about his disciples.
I care about what he says.
Yeah.
Why can't you show me what
you're
Jesus
just playing
is saying?
games,
Like,
man.
I'm literally...
You just want to pick and choose from the Bible?
What Jesus says, and you're saying, well, James says this instead.
Right, well, you're
That's
cherry
literally what
picking.
you're doing,
Because
dude.
I'm pointing out you're cherry picking.
I'm
You're
reading
picking and
what
choosing.
Jesus says about the law
Right.
and the prophets.
You're cherry
That's
picking.
not cherry picking. I read
It
the
is
whole
cherry
thing.
picking. You're
It's
going.
not.
It is. You're going. Oh, I can only.
You're
go
cherry
on what-"
picking. You're saying,
No,
well,
you're-
James says this, but Jesus
Dude.
says that. But
This is so bad.
I know. So do you care what Jesus says about the law in the most important sermon he gave?
I care about the whole Bible. I don't like cherry picking things and then coming to like.
Well, how about
incorrect
this whole
conclusions.
passage where that's all he talks about is the law? You want me to read the whole thing?
I don't. It doesn't matter because you're not dealing with the law.
It doesn't matter.
Because you're ignoring the law of liberty. That's a thing. And unlike the Mosaic
What about
law,
this law? What law is Jesus talking about here in Matthew 5 that I'm reading in the Sermon on the Mount? What law is Jesus talking about right
the
here?
law of liberty.
Where does it say that?
Where does it say that? In James.
Okay.
James
Matthew-
2:12.
This is Matthew 5, the Sermon on the Mount. Where does Jesus talk about the law in the Sermon on the Mount?
He's talking about comparing like what the Pharisees doing to like what they should be doing. That's like a criticism of the Pharisees.
I mean, on the Sermon on the Mount.
On the Sermon on the Mount,
He's not criticizing.
He's
No, he's
critiquing
not.
the
He's giving
Pharisees.
laws. This is a
critiquing.
sermon.
He's
This don't say
critiquing.
nothing about Pharisees.
Dude, he's literally going after the false teachers of the Mosaic
Yeah,
law.
he's saying you have to be better than them. You have to keep the law better than the Pharisees.
Yes. So he gave us.
What law is he talking about?
The law of liberty. So under the Mosaic law was about obligation. The law of liberty is about transformation. Under the Mosaic law, I could want to unalive you, but as long as I don't unalive you, I'm good. I only had to do it. I didn't have to, in my heart, actually love you. But Jesus changed the law, so now not only do I have to not unalive you in an action, but in my heart, I have to wish for you to have a good life. Because Jesus says it's all about what's in the heart. It's not just about what we do and behave. It's about what's in our heart. It's not good enough to just behave correctly. You have to change your heart. So that's what Jesus changed in the Mosaic Law.
Yeah, and God said these laws shall not be changed or added to.
Didn't Jesus say that it's not good enough to just not unalive your brother, that you have to, like, in your heart not want
Jesus
to do
made
it?
some of the laws about thought crimes.
Yeah, he put thought crimes into the law. There was no thought crimes before Jesus. That's what he changed. That's the difference between the Mosaic Law and the Law of Liberty. So it's actually a higher standard we're called to than the Mosaic.
Well, I'm asking you how you know that's what Jesus is talking about.
He
on the
says
Sermon
it.
on the Mount. When it,
wait. What is he saying here then? He
He's
says,
talking
"You
about
have
the law
heard an
of
eye for an
Moses.
eye, but I tell you, like, turn the other cheek," and all that, right? He's changing what the
on the Sermon
teaching.
on the
He's
Mount.
changing the
He's
teachings.
changing the law. Exactly.
Yes, to the law of liberty.
He's not supposed to be adding to or changing any laws.
He's God. The law comes from him. He fulfills the law. So, like, he says that the...
Well, I'm asking in the Sermon on the Mount, where does he mention a laws of liberty?
Like Matt 27:28, you have heard that it was said, "You shall not commit adultery." But I say to you that everyone who looks at a woman with lustful intent has already committed adultery with her in his heart, right? So under the Mosaic Law, I could, like, lust after you, but as long as I don't act upon my lust, I'm good, right? That's the Mosaic Law. Jesus is changing that here. He's abolishing it and fulfilling it with a new law and saying, no, that's not good enough. You have to, in your heart, not lust, and in your actions, not lust. See the difference?
So you're saying the laws that Jesus is changing are the laws of liberty.
He's changing the Mosaic Law to the law of liberty in the Sermon on the Mount.
So it's just making it about a thought crime, basically.
Yeah, he's shifting it from external behavior to the inner condition of the heart. Exactly.
Oh, okay. So what law is Jesus talking about when he's talking about the law and the prophets? What law is he talking about when it says, until heaven and earth pass away, not one dot nor stroke of a letter will pass from the law?
Well, he also, it's, I guess it'd be like the law of liberty. But he said that the Mosaic Law, they were ignoring the principles behind the law, like justice, faith, and mercy. So they were teaching an incorrect law.
Well, how come when Jesus says to keep the commandments, he don't ever call it the law of liberty? He calls it God's commandments.
Well, there's the covenant. The Mosaic Law is like a special covenant for the Jews and God. So that was like a law for that time, and we're under a new covenant now. So
no, God says to keep his laws all the days you live on the earth.
Yeah,
it's in Deuteronomy 12. Here, I'll read it. It says, "Here are the statutes and ordinances that you must diligently observe in the land that the Lord your God of your ancestors is giving you to occupy all the days that you live on the earth."
Yeah, we believe in, like, progressive revelation. So the Mosaic Law came from Jesus, but it wasn't fulfilled until Jesus incarnated and showed us through his life what it meant.
Well, Jesus says it's not going away until heaven and earth pass away.
Yeah, it's not going away. But the Mosaic Law.
So you're still under a law where a thought crime condemns you to adultery.
The Mosaic Law was fulfilled and replaced by the law of liberty.
Did heaven and earth pass away?
The law didn't pass away. It was just fulfilled. It didn't pass away. It's fulfilled.
Jesus says when heaven and earth pass away is when the law will be fulfilled.
What? No, he didn't.
Yes, he did. Listen,
do
not think that I have come to abolish the law or the prophets. I have come not to abolish, but to fulfill. So fulfill does not mean the same thing as abolish. And it says, "For truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, not one letter, not one stroke of a letter."
It's abolishing it because when he fulfills it, it abolishes the old way. He's giving us a new way. We're not under the Mosaic law. Obviously.
So you're saying Jesus is literally saying here, I have not come to abolish the law. I have come to abolish the law.
I've come to replace the law with a new law.
Doesn't say that.
That's what it means with fulfill. That's what it says in Romans 13.
Fulfill doesn't mean change laws.
Well, that's what Paul says.
But that's not what Jesus says.
Okay. But like, who's going to interpret Jesus better, you or Paul?
I mean, I think it's pretty well written here what Jesus is saying. For truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, the law will not change. That's not clear.
So Jesus fulfills the law by being its perfect embodiment, accomplishing its prophetic promises, obeying it flawlessly, and revealing its deepest meaning. It's in achieving what
So he's obeying the law. That means the law stands.
Yeah, but
like you don't fulfill the law by getting a speeding ticket and paying it. That don't mean the law went away.
Yeah,
Jesus is literally telling you when this law is going to be fulfilled. And it says when heaven and earth pass away.
He abolished it in one sense, where he perfected it, right? So the law Jesus gave us is perfect, and the Mosaic law is not perfect.
Jesus is just improving Mosaic law.
He improved it.
He's just changing Mosaic law. That doesn't mean Mosaic law goes away. It means he tweaked a few of them.
Well, it does, because like we're not under the dietary restrictions, for example. Like, because some part of the law was part of the Mosaic law was like covenantal, or what is the word? Like there was like ritualistic law. We're still under like the moral law, but not. There's a bunch of laws that were not, like the mixed fabric and stuff.
Right.
So
well, God says himself to keep all these laws all the days that you live on the earth.
But the 10 Commandments says you have to go to church on Saturday, and they didn't do that. So how do you explain that?
That's not what it says. It just says to keep the Sabbath holy.
Yeah, but they all would go to the synagogue on the Sabbath, wouldn't they?
Oh, I don't know. God unalive somebody for picking up sticks on the Sabbath. I don't think that's just at all.
The Christians celebrated the Sabbath on Sunday.
Yeah, they just changed the day, which is profaning it, technically.
But that's changing the old law.
I know. It's not good. That's why God is so mad in the Old Testament. It's because the Israelites quit keeping his law. He even says he's going to send false prophets to test you to see if you'll stop keeping the law. Like, if the law goes away, something's wrong, because God says it does not go away. I will test you to make sure you know that. That's why this book's a big mess, man.
But it's because you're interpreting it different than like how scholars interpret it.
I'm just reading what it seems to be saying. Maybe a scholar does disagree with me. I don't know. But when I read that it says, until heaven and earth pass away, not one dot or stroke of a pen will change from the law, I'm assuming that means that the law is not going to change until heaven and earth pass away.
But what you're doing is eisegesis. Do you know that difference between eisegesis and exegesis?
I'm just reading the words, man.
Yeah, that's eisegesis, though. You're like not supposed to do that.
Well, I mean, still, I don't know how else to do it.
You're supposed to go to
when Jesus says, until heaven and earth pass away, the law won't change, I'm supposed to take that as the law did change not long after that? When God says these laws are going to stand forever, should I take that as temporarily? Like, how should I read it? Like, I don't understand. If the words aren't telling us what they mean, how are we supposed to know what they actually mean?
Well, we're not under the law as a covenant because we have a new covenant. So the covenant part of the law, we're not under, but we're under the moral principles. Those remain valid and they're fulfilled in Christ. It's not that complicated.
Well, you know the new covenant's formed in the Old Testament, right?
Well, there's a covenant in the Old Testament, and then there's
a new covenant
in the New Testament.
And in the Old Testament, it says when this new covenant is formed, that if it ever is broken, then Israel will never be a nation before God ever again.
Okay.
Right. And it's broken
Right.
clearly because it gives several parameters, and it says if these things ever stop happening, then it's over.
Well, I'm gonna get my list of prophecies, and then tomorrow I'm gonna smoke you on that. All right?
Yeah, hell yeah, sounds good, man.
Right.
You could have let me say bye. Jeez, PMARS. That was actually pretty good, I thought. Hey, PMARS, thanks for coming up, buddy, and thanks for not saying anything racist up on here. He talked for a while, though. I won't call him a runner on that one, since we actually did sort of finish a point there. But, yeah. Sorry, man. I don't feel like you represented words and definitions very well there. Yeah, I just don't know, man. Like, forever means temporary somehow. I don't know, y'all. I don't know. All right, let's see where we're at here. 15. Woo! We are blazing again, y'all. Thank you, PMARS, for that. I appreciate you coming up, man. Appreciate you coming up. That was a fun conversation with PMARS. He's pretty well known in this community. And he only called me a bitch like 3 times. That's pretty good, right? Oh, thank you, Jennifer. He only spiraled out once or twice or 3 times, maybe. I don't know. I lost count, but still wasn't too bad, I didn't think. Goal reset. Thank you, Jennifer. Oh, man. I'm not sure we can clip it now, actually, unless I end the live. Nah, yeah. Or if you can, I guess you can. I don't know how, but sure. Or wait, I'll just put it on. Yeah, it'll go on my YouTube channel. I got the Apostate 8 YouTube channel. I put all these replays up on there. Y'all check that out, by the way. Thank you for all the screen taps, all the likes, shares, comments. I appreciate everything. Sorry, I was getting I still got a ton of guests in the queue, and I still got time. So what fun we're having today. Hell yeah. Y'all seen it? We got Dr. Josh in the comments. We got Dugald. Y'all see where y'all know the Apostate 8 rolls in the finest of circles. I mean, we had PMARS in here debating us. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Dr. Josh, you really are my hero, man. I love everything about you. The funniest, I was just telling somebody the other day, somebody asked me what one of my favorite moments on the show was, and I said I literally died laughing when this guy told Dr. Josh he wasn't a real Assyriologist. And I was thinking in my head, like, are you serious right now? Like, this dude's wearing a bow tie. Or like, you're telling me this dude in a bow tie is not a scholar? Like, hello. You got to be kidding me, man. You got to be fucking kidding me. But I thought I was crying. I was laughing so hard when he said that shit. I was like, this dude done wrote like 18 books. It's like, literally. Oh, that was just funny. That was just funny, y'all. That was just funny. But anyway, yeah, Dugald's he's awesome too. If y'all don't check out his show, he talks about politics. Like, I gotta salute people who's in politics, man. Like, I can talk up here about religious stuff all day and not lose my shit, but the second I start talking about some MAGA bullshit, like, I'm just like, you motherfucker. Like, I'm wild. So I got bad respect for people that can debate politics, because I am not that type of beast, man. I am not that type of beast. So salute there. MAGA got it coming though. I say it all the time, but Trump's a corrupt sack of shit. Alright, well, chess hero. I love chess. Oh, he's not here. I wanted to ask him what his elo was. Alright, I'm gonna bring up some more, y'all. We're gonna keep it rolling. And I hope PMARS comes back with if he comes back tomorrow, y'all, with some actual prophecy verses, that'll be awesome. Hey, PMARS, if you're still there, I'll cash app you a fucking 25 if you can show me an actual prophecy Jesus fulfills in context. 25 biggins, dog. Maybe even 50. There's a lot of people who don't want to be associated with Christianity anymore. I think that's why they all say that. Yes, I've noticed Dugald. I watched Dugald's what was it? I guess it was it might have been 3 days ago or day before yesterday. There was a rather heated argument on what was a woman, and it was one of the craziest things I ever heard. If y'all don't watch Dugall show, you gotta check it out. Like, if you like the heated stuff, like, that's the place. He does religion and politics. I don't know. I'd have to have like some sort of cushions over here where I could just bang my head on the cushion on the wall, man, for real. Like, dude, some of the wildest shit I ever heard in my life. I was like, holy crap. Anyway, all right, I'm gonna start trying to bring up the next one. Wasn't him. Might take me a second here. But yeah, Dr. Josh, if you're still there, I love that you turned me on to that Genesis 18 verse there. That really helps a lot. And the just arguments here. So you can't judge God. That's God. You're just a shitty monkey. I'm like, well, that dude Abraham held this God to some sort of standard here. So I think it's fair, personally. All right, let's try the next one. I agree, Dr. Josh. Yeah. It's pretty deep, man, for real. Like, I mean, I get it. Like, if I was a Christian, I wouldn't be coming up here, but then again, I obviously don't think like some people do. Let's try TC. TC, you there?
Hey, what's up, man?
What's up, big dog? Are you over 18?
Yes, sir. I'm 33 years young.
Hey, that's a good age right there. Mid-30s, I think, is about the prime. But I don't know if that goes for everybody. But you're a Christian, I'm assuming, too?
Yes, sir, I am.
I guess. I was looking at your picture. I couldn't tell if that was a Grim Reaper and a cross or what, so I didn't know. Anyway, which one of these...
But, you know.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
It's really
yeah,
small.
it's just
I guess
dark.
I can't tell. Well, which one of these prophecies you want to debate us on here today? Prophecies, topics.
Well, you know, I was sitting through here listening to the last one, and I kind of want to handle this a little better. So, you know, I'm all about friendly debate, and people can believe what they want to believe. And, you know, I think in the Christian faith, you know, you're not really supposed to, cuss at it, but, you know, we all struggle with anger, and I get it when it gets heated
It's a
like
touchy
that.
subject, too, man. Yeah, I mean, I do, too. I don't blame it on nobody.
Yeah. But, before we get into it, I just want to ask you, it says former Christian. Can I ask you what, you know, sent you away?
The Bible, more or less.
Okay. So what part of it, let's see here what it says. Jesus is a delusional man who fulfills zero prophecy. God is an unjust narcissist. Christian, man, you know, I am a Christian, but the first time I read the Old Testament, it's how it jumped off to me. You know, I was like, you know, he does sound kind of like whiny and all that, but, you know, it comes
There's a lot more than that.
Well, yeah, and I get it. I totally relate to that, especially when, you know, my buddies and all that will come to me or
So
new
how'd you
believers.
get over all the baby slaughter and stuff?
Well, which one are you talking about? Let's go into that with the subject there.
You mean which time or which babies?
Yeah, which time? We'll go one at a time.
I mean, there's a whole bunch of times. There's times in Jeremiah he does it to the Israelites, and there's times he does it to other people. So it just depends. But like one of my not favorite, one of the hardest ones for me to read was Isaiah 13, his proclamation against Babylon.
Mm-hmm.
It says, whoever is found will be thrust through, and whoever is caught will fall by the sword. Their infants will be dashed to pieces before their eyes. Their houses will be plundered, and their wives great. See, I am stirring up the Medes against them, who have no regard for silver and do not delight in gold. Their bows will slaughter the young men. They will have no mercy on the fruit of the womb. Their eyes will not pity children.
Right. Okay. So you'll have to forgive me because I'm doing this at work and I don't have my Bible in front of me. But I think, you know, when it goes, like, because Isaiah and Jeremiah kind of roll with the same topic. I think the big thing there is that the whole spiel is that the people were creating idols and going to all of these things that were made by their own hands, like rocks, trees, sticks, and all that stuff. And what he's trying to get across to them is, you know, I'm here. I did all this for you. I brought you out of Egypt. I did yada, yada, yada. And these people would still, you know, live in their old ways. And a cross reference to that was, you got to forgive me because I'm not really good with exact verses, but I can give you New Testament, Old Testament, all that. I believe it might be in James or 1 Corinthians. He explains a little bit, because that's the common question is, why does God allow bad things to happen? Well,
why is he making bad things happen would be my question here. And why is he making bad things happen like this?
I don't think he makes bad things happen. And the reason I'll say that,
literally says he's the one doing it. He's taking responsibility for this.
Well, it also says that he disciplines those that he loves. So, for example, and before you get me on that, all right, so if you, of course, we got to remember that, you know, God is God. All right. So, say your kid, and obviously you're not going to, you know, kill your kid or whatever, but, you know, say your kid keeps acting up and doesn't listen to what you say. It goes from, you know, you better stop it, or I'm gonna whoop your tail, and say he keeps acting up, so you got to go to stronger measures. Well, God loves his people so much that he's not going to let one bad apple spoil the bunch. And if they have no intent at all of acknowledging him or correcting their actions, therefore that's fully evil. So they've made their choice. So what he's saying is, since you all have done this, all of you are getting wiped out, because I don't want this stain in my barrel corrupting all my other apples. You know what I'm saying? So he's got to get rid of it.
And that seems like justice to you, right?
Yes.
Really? So,
yes, sir.
So God gives people free will. They use it. They use it in a manner God don't like. So he dashes infants to pieces in front of their parents and has women raped. And that's justice.
I get that. And I get this with a lot. So I try to take my time and choose my words correctly here.
Before you move on, let me read these first couple verses here. It says, the oracle concerning Babylon that Isaiah son of Amos saw. It says, on a bare hill rise a signal. Cry aloud to them. Wave the hand for them to enter the gates of the nobles. I myself have commanded my consecrated ones. I have summoned my warriors, my proudly exulting ones, to execute my anger. So, like, this is literally God saying he's sending people to do this stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
And in Jeremiah 19, he literally says, I am going to make them eat the flesh of their sons and the flesh of their daughters and stuff like that.
Yes. So I guess an example would be, part of it would be, so he used
Sons of God, what up, dog? Sorry, TC.
Oh, sorry. No, you're good, man.
I was saying hi to somebody down there.
In Judges, he uses Samson, and then we get introduced to David along the way to defend his holy land, because the Philistines are in the same technical boat as the people that we're talking about now. So he uses Samson, he gives him his very strength, and tells him that, you know, tells his mom that, hey, this guy's going to defend my land, and he's going to, you know, fend off the people that are corrupting my people. And so that's basically what he's doing. He can use evil for his, you know, divine purpose, but he will punish the evil.
But that's him being evil, though, isn't it?
No. And the way I look at that makes it not evil is, one, there's a verse, I don't know if it's in Jeremiah or Isaiah. It says, how can the clay pot, you know, talk to the clay maker about its use, basically? If I was to choose to make a clay pot as a trash bin,
God can do whatever he wants.
Yeah.
But well, that doesn't make it just or right, though. That's just saying might is right.
Well, God is the lawmaker. He created everything. And you said you touched on free will. He gives us free will because he wants us to choose him. Like he doesn't want to force you to love him because that's not love. You know,
Yeah, but he says
God
if you
is
don't love me, you're
love.
going to burn for eternity. That's not a free
He
will
says
choice.
well, it is. You can choose to live it or not.
No, that's an ultimatum. Free will would be the same in regards to, like, for example, like the way in the United States, American citizens, for the most part anyway, have the right of free speech, right? That means you can say whatever you want about the government and they can't retaliate in any sort of way. That's what makes it free speech. It's speech free of consequence. So in the same way, if God granted us free will, it would have to be free of the consequence. But there's a pretty severe consequence there, which means your decision is influenced, which makes it not a free decision.
Well, okay. I see what you're saying. So you, like I said, you can choose to live the life that you want because there's people out there that are like, well, you know, I don't believe it. Well, some things it doesn't really matter what you believe. It's real. It doesn't make it real or fake. That can be said with anything. But the free will is he created us because he wants love and he wants to be surrounded by his people and his creation. So
like a narcissist, right?
No, because he didn't have to create any of us. He could have just.
It says he does all this for his own purpose to show his own power and glory, that his name might be proclaimed through all the earth.
This is true.
Like Paul literally says in Romans 9, he says salvation does not depend on human will or exertion. He says this has nothing to do with your will. Like he says God's going to love who he wants to love. He's going to hate who he wants to hate. He's going to harden the heart of who he wants to harden. Because he wants everybody to see his powers.
I totally agree. Because you can always, because one of those examples is the Pharaoh in Exodus, all right? You bring that same scripture, all right? So basically he's saying, well, I just created Pharaoh to be a pawn piece to serve up my deeds. You know, to set up the whole fact
he's using people for his own glory. Like, to me, that's the definition of a narcissist. Like, if there was a narcissist in the dictionary, there'd be like God, like the bearded old white guy would be right beside it.
I get you. And, you know, I'm not gonna lie, I'm new to all this, so there are some aspects, like I know in my heart how to answer it, but I'm not quite there yet to fully explain to it. But it really just comes down to, like, yes, I get the narcissism and the sounding of it, but he also gives us these gifts and expresses his love. Like when Jesus came.
Like what?
Like when Jesus came. All right. He talks about, you know, I heard you all talking about the law and the change and all that. Well, the whole reason Jesus came is he was God incarnate, right?
Christians think that, but no, I think that's completely incoherent.
Well,
Oh, you backed off your... We can't hear you. Sounds like you walked away from the phone or something.
Yeah, it is my fault. But, you know, that's one of the whole reasons that Jesus came, was because he knew that we couldn't fulfill any of this on our own. There was no sacrifice that we
Why don't
could
you
make
think he listened to God? Why don't you think he listened to God? What God said about keeping the law?
Well,
God said it's not too hard or far away from you. God says keeping these laws are easy.
Well, that's also why he came down to see what we go through and why it was so hard. Because when he came down, he experienced everything that we go through, and that's why he says when we have an advocate.
You don't think God was all-knowing?
God is all-knowing.
Why would he need to come down and experience something that he already knows how it feels to experience it?
Well, okay. So in all these other religions, you have these let's call it a ladder system, if you will, that you have to climb in order to be good enough to get to these other so-called gods, whatever they may be. Christianity is the only example of where God was like, you know what, I'm going to come down to you all. I'm going to go to your level, and I'm going to, walk with you to experience and be among you.
There's too much that don't make sense with that.
Okay.
Like, it just don't make sense. Like, if Jesus is God, it doesn't make any sense that he's praying to himself and asking God to remove burdens from himself, and that he doesn't know things that God knows. None of that makes any sense.
Well, that's where we get into the sticky conversation about the 3 in 1 and the Trinity and all of that.
Yeah, it's not.
And trust me, brother, I've been trying to figure that one out since day one.
Well, you should just leave it alone because it's completely illogical. And you don't have to believe that to be a Christian or be biblical, because it never says that, for one thing.
Well, you do have to believe in Jesus and what he did and his sacrifice.
Sure, but you don't have to believe Jesus is God. That's just silly.
Well,
God spent the whole Old Testament prophesying a Messiah coming, right? It says, this Messiah is going to come. I'm going to raise him up from the line of David, from among the captives from the Babylonian. Like, you can't say that the New Testament pops up and says, hey, surprise, this guy was God all along. That's just really, really weird. Like, God doesn't come from the loins of David, from a line of Israelites.
Well, Jesus tells everybody that he is the Messiah and that he is God.
No, he never says he's God.
I and the Father are one. I reside in the Father, and the Father resides in me.
I and the universe are one.
I and the Father are one.
I and the Father are one.
Yes.
I just said it. Does that make me God?
No. Because you are
Does
not
it make
one with the
sense
Father.
that God fears himself?
God does not fear himself.
Well,
Jesus was fully God, but he was also fully man.
That's perfect answer. Perfect. Well, that's 200%. Hold on. You answered my first question perfectly here. All right, so in Isaiah chapter 11, there's a messianic prophecy here, and it says, a shoot shall come out of the stump of Jesse, a branch shall grow out of his roots. That's talking about a Messiah from the line of David, right? It says, the king of the Spirit of the Lord shall rest upon him, the Spirit of wisdom and understanding, the Spirit of counsel and might, the Spirit of knowledge and the fear of the Lord. His delight shall be in fear of the Lord. So,
okay.
Does it make sense that the Messiah is God and God fears himself?
It's okay, because, actually, I was doing some research and I was, looking up, what does it mean to fear God? And actually, fear is another word used, because it's one of those words that has 100 different definitions. Those are fun to...
It means shock and awe,
it means
in Hebrew.
It means to respect in that term. When he talks about
does God
fear
respect
of the Lord,
God?
Yes, absolutely.
So it makes sense that God... awes and respects himself, but it doesn't make any sense that he fears himself.
He doesn't fear himself, because when he's Satan fear in there, when he's talking about it, he's talking about
this says his delight shall be in fear of the Lord.
Respect of the Lord. When you respect
fear.
The Lord,
it says
you
fear.
Show. I know what the word is, but it's like I said.
Fear also means fear, right?
Fear does also mean fear. That's where we have to do, a little more research and go into the Hebrew and the Greek and all those definitions, because like I said, there's a whole bunch of those terms. For example, when he's talking to Peter on the edge of the river after he's come back, he says, Peter, do you love me? And he says, yes, Lord, I love you. Those are two different loves if you look at the Hebrew script. He's asking, do you love me? He uses a different Hebrew word. Forgive me, I can't pronounce it. But he's saying, do you love me as God? And what Peter's usage of the word is he's saying, I love you as a brother. And he's like, no, do you love me as God? And he says, yes, Lord, I love you as a brother. And
Jesus says we're all
finally,
gods.
There's a different term for the word gods too, because
so which translation can we read all the proper wording in?
That's the age-old question.
you just have to. When it comes to translations, that's a whole nother beast.
Well,
Man.
do you speak Hebrew and Greek?
I do not, sir. I have to look them up.
Well, let's just go with the
do
translations in English that we both understand. Then.
Fair enough.
Does that sound good? All right.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely.
who is Jesus praying to when he prays?
He's praying to the Father.
Which is him, right?
In a sense.
So
Now, I
he's
know
praying to himself.
We're going to jump through a hoop here. Follow me. Nobody said Christianity was easy. If it was, everybody would be doing it, right?
Nobody said it was logical either.
That's another
There's
thing.
a reason the
We're
book
not made
tells you
to
not to
understand.
lean on your own understanding.
That's my favorite verse, my dude. Proverbs 3:5.
I bet it
Lean
is,
not on
because
your
that's
own
what gets you
understanding.
out of all this.
Well, especially when I'm getting a headache, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I mean,
But-
coincidentally, if you read the book literally, unless you change the words around, unless you take certain things metaphorically, like it all falls straight apart.
Understood. I totally get that view.
Like, what do you think somebody would
It's like-
think if they just like decided to read the Bible all of a sudden and they grabbed it and read it? What do you think they would think?
Well, I guess that would depend where you start.
Start at the front.
And
like most
also,
books.
well, that's fair enough. But it would also depend on how you went into looking at it. Like if you were truly searching for answers,
Well, I mean,
I
let's
guess
just,
you could.
we'll just say somebody said, hey, Christianity sounds pretty cool because of the Charlie Kirk guy. Maybe I'll try that. So they go and grab them a Bible and read it. What do you think they're going to come up with?
Well, okay, fair enough. But whenever somebody comes to me and they're like, especially with new believers, because, I try to help out. I go into it looking from both sides because, brother, I was on the outside at one time. I wasn't just born into it.
I was on the inside at one time.
I hear you, man. I hear you. And there's no condemnation from me, brother.
Well, the book condemns me. I
know.
can't go back according to it. So.
Yes, of course you can.
No.
I know exactly I know what you're talking about too. If you were able to walk away, you're never truly in it.
No,
And
not
that's not
according to Jesus
condemnation
or
or being
Hebrews.
mean. Yeah, you're talking about if they walked away, they were never truly ours or something like that, right?
No, this says, no, that's not what Hebrews 6 says.
What's it say, Bobby?
It says, it is impossible for those to be brought back to repentance, those who have tasted the heavenly gift and shared in the Holy Spirit and known the age to come and have fallen away. It says, if you fall away, it's impossible for you to be brought back to repentance.
Absolutely. That's it. Okay, so it is in Hebrews. I knew
Hebrews
what
6,
you was
yeah.
talking about, just different, but yeah. So what that
It's a
means
warning.
is,
It's saying if you fall away, you're not coming back.
in a sense, that depends on the matter of your heart.
Well, it's what it says.
Because
it doesn't make a stipulation, does it?
Okay, so can I ask you, did you give your life to Christ?
Yeah, I was baptized twice.
Well, that's not what I meant. Did you truly believe in your heart, without a doubt, that Jesus Christ
Yeah,
was
for
your Lord and
almost
Savior?
30 years. I was a child. I was a small child, I believe this, from into adulthood.
Okay. Did you read often? I'm just asking questions, not
I
trying
hardly
to poke
ever
a hole or
read it
anything.
as a kid. When I got older, I started reading it a lot.
Okay. So what was like I said, what was the thing that, like, man, this is all wrong?
Just actually studying the Bible and scrutinize it.
Okay. Now,
Like, the problems are immense here, man. Like, from a critical, scholarly, textual standpoint, like, it's really, really bad.
okay.
It makes all kinds of major mistakes all over the place. Like, literally the first sentence in the book is up for debate. Like,
Oh, in the beginning?
yeah.
I hear that. So, I'm sorry, I've totally forgotten your question, man. We wandered off a little bit.
My question?
Yeah, what your Oh, you were
Oh,
saying
I was
that
just
it's impossible for you to
yeah, I
come
was just
back.
talking about the. Well, I was talking
Yeah.
about the problems with the Bible.
Right. So about your Hebrews thing here, you know,
Oh yeah.
that's like the people. Okay, so you fully did it, and you've been all in, and you're like, you know what? I know it's real, but I'm still gonna go live the life I want to live. That's abusing of the grace. That means that your heart was never truly changed. Now, say
Yeah, that's not what it
for
says
your
here, though.
example, it's what it means. But
You want me
say
to
for
read
your
it?
example, go ahead.
It says, "For it is impossible to restore again to repentance those who have once been enlightened and have tasted the heavenly gift and have shared in the Holy Spirit and have tasted the good word of God and the powers of the age to come and then have fallen away, since they are crucifying again the Son of God to their own harm and are holding him up to contempt."
Yes, sir.
This
And
means
that
you
is
believed it all. You shared in the Holy Spirit. You tasted this heavenly gift, and you fell away. It's saying you cannot come back. It says impossible.
okay.
It says
So
you
I
are
would ask you.
crucifying Christ all over again. Like, that sounds pretty bad, don't it?
Okay, so I would say I don't think you've fallen away, because
Oh,
why
I
else would
definitely
you put
do.
up this? No, I don't think so. Why else would you put up this topic and want to debate it with everybody?
Because I like debating, and I want to show people that this is a scam. You don't have to believe this nonsense to get through life and be a good person. And this
Well,
is very
no,
dangerous
that's it.
ideology when it comes down to it.
I
I don't think
agree.
you're
You know,
dangerous. That's not what I'm saying.
no, you're
But
good.
this ideology is dead freaking dangerous, and we've seen it all through history. When someone convinces themselves they have the divine right to commit atrocities, very, very bad things happen.
And see, that's where you get false Christianity, because you could look
Yeah,
at
but
the
either way,
Crusades and
let's
all
just
that
get
crap.
everybody out of it, and we won't have to worry about it.
Well, but then,
And it's
okay,
technically not false Christianity.
okay. So you think it's right to love, right? True love, to treat everyone
Sure.
with respect, right?
Yeah, that'd be my preference. Yeah.
Okay. Where do you think those morals come from? You think you were
Society
just born with them?
we evolved those. We're a social species. Like, humans wouldn't have made it very far if we didn't care about each other.
Humans wouldn't have made it very far if we hadn't been allowed to.
No, if we
'Cause
didn't
if we
care
look,
about each other, like, we have to. We don't have a choice, man. Like, you know, at least in our groups, like we evolved in. You know what I'm saying? Like, nearly every
yeah, I get
ancient skeleton that's ever been found in history had at least a couple of serious injuries. So, like, somebody had to have taken care of these people. You know what I mean? So if, like, the majority
yeah.
of humans wouldn't have survived without help, then we could only say that we needed each other to survive, right?
Okay.
That's
So
what
I
I'm
take
saying. We
it.
wouldn't have made it very far if we didn't care about it and help each other. That's what we do as humans, but we don't need, like, the book or Christianity for that.
Yeah, I'm getting there. I'm a slow turtle, man.
That's all right.
So, do you believe in evolution and all that?
Yeah, it's a fact.
Okay. Okay. So you believe in the Neanderthals and, you know, those
All facts,
specimens and
man.
all
Yeah.
that. All right. So in evolution, it's, you know, it was stated that their brains were smaller and they had animal-like, you know, consciousness, right? No no
Right.
ability to speak, but still
Wait,
taking human
Neanderthals?
form. Yeah,
Is
or
that what you're
one of
talking
them.
about
I'm not.
specifically?
Yeah.
Well, they might not have had, like, the exact same voice box as we had, but they probably had some sort of form of communication that wasn't super far off from ours.
Mm-hmm. So beating some chick over the head with a stick because you want to mate with her when she's clearly over there with somebody else, does that seem right to you?
Well, no, it don't.
Right.
Does it seem right to you that you can take war captives and go into them as you wish?
Well, that wasn't my
Like, if
decision
we
to make.
say we
I'm not
went
the
to,
holy God.
I'm asking you if you think it's okay. Like, if we fought World War II and then we beat Germany and we took all the women captives and just made them slaves and did whatever we wanted with them, you wouldn't think that was right, would you?
No, that's absolutely not right.
Well, that's
because what we're supposed to
absolutely
do.
Deuteronomic law. You can take women captives and you can grape them after
Yeah.
30 days.
Oh, okay. Well, that's the old covenant, and
Yeah,
there
but
was a
it's
lot of
God's
messed
law.
up
He
stuff.
allowed this to happen. And it says God's laws do not change, and you will keep them all the days that you live on the earth.
Yeah, you kind of got me there because I can't establish what is appropriate punishment, and nor can anybody else, really. But
Sure, I mean, and it's subjective what is a proper punishment for something, for sure. But what's not up for debate is, like, say somebody steals a candy bar, they should never be sentenced to 90 years of hard labor. You know what I mean? Like, obviously, that
oh
one's way
yeah,
off.
for sure.
Now, should it
Oh,
be
homie just wanted a
$25 or
Snickers, man.
$50? That's a lot more debatable. You know what I mean? As a fine.
Yeah.
But like the Bible is literally permitting these type of punishments. They're extreme. It says you can set people on fire if a priest's daughter becomes too promiscuous sexually. You're supposed to set them on fire.
Yeah.
And this is God allowing this stuff. He's ordering this stuff to happen, like what we read in Isaiah, man. Like, this God is a freaking barbarian. Even the people in the ancient world all thought the God of the Israelites was a cruel monster of a deity. He was bad by their standards, even back then.
Well, that's also an aspect of the human heart and the, what would you call it, pushing of the evil force that
roams the earth.
Yeah,
because
but
when
God
we were born,
making this stuff happen, though.
I can't really, I'm not really familiar with the piece of scripture that you're reading, which I'm not.
We've already read it. Isaiah 13, that's what I...
Oh, Isaiah 13.
What? Yeah, that's the one where he has the infants dashed to pieces in front of their parents and has the women great.
Right, that's because they were staining and, rebelling against God and getting other people.
Yeah, but there is no justification for this. Like we was just talking about with the punishments for the crime. Like, when is it justified to dash babies to pieces in front of their parents? What does somebody have to do to deserve that?
Okay, so I'll flip it around and ask you a question. You're in a courtroom.
All right. You're being charged with
25 counts of murder, and you did it. Let's just say, for example. All right. But a man walks into the courtroom and says, I'm going to take your punishment because you know what you did was wrong and you wish you hadn't done it. And he says, all right. So that man took your punishment, and you are now free to start anew and change the way you've lived because that one man took your punishment. Do you deserve that? Is that just?
No, and it's not just.
That's the beauty of the sacrifice of Jesus Christ. When he came back, he made a new covenant. The old covenant was to keep the Israelites sorted from intermingling with these other tribes.
Jesus says you have to keep these laws to get to heaven. The laws that we're talking about.
Yes. You have to keep law. But
you
love
have to
covers
do these
them.
things.
When you accept Jesus, you are covered by the blood. And I've been seeing this a lot on TikTok, the whole Christians don't sin. That's completely false. Because when you accept Jesus, you are covered by the blood. Therefore, you are seen as sinless, but you will still sin.
You know, the Old Testament says you'll be justified by knowledge, not blood, right?
That's the beauty of the New Testament.
Did it make stuff up?
Nope.
Jesus said he came to fulfill the prophets, right?
Mm-hmm.
There is no prophecy about a guy dying for anybody's sins in a blood covenant.
Yes. I think it's in Isaiah.
Amos chapter 3 says God doesn't do anything without revealing it through the prophets first.
He did reveal it through the prophets.
The whole point
Where?
of the Bible is about Jesus. It's all
Where?
foretelling Jesus.
Not
You
in the
know.
Old Testament. It's not.
Yeah.
The Old Testament don't say
Isaiah.
nothing about Jesus. Doesn't even hint
Yeah.
towards somebody like him.
Well, it especially does in Genesis. It says the Spirit of the Lord was hovering over the water, and it
What does
talks
that have to do
about
with
let
Jesus?
us. Hold on, because in the beginning there was light, right? But it says in Genesis 3 that he made a greater light to govern the day and a lesser light to govern the night. So how can there be a light if there's already a light that's been formed? But it
Okay, it's just
also
a
in
silly
Revelation.
contradiction.
Well, if you go to Revelation, it tells you that there will be no sun, there will be no need for light because Jesus himself will be the light. So therefore, when he was creating the earth, he was light enough. So therefore, after that, he made the sun and the moon.
Jesus isn't a day or a night.
No, he's not.
Yeah, that's what it says in Genesis. It says he divided the day into night. That's what
He
the
did
light
divide
was.
the day into night. Yeah, he did
Yeah, so it
divide the
couldn't
day
have been
into night,
Jesus,
which
right?
is darkness from the light.
It couldn't have been Jesus. He was just divide the day into night. But you never answered my actual question. When would it be justified to unalive those babies, like in Isaiah, and have the women raped? What does somebody do to deserve
If
that?
those
When is
babies
that a
were
valid
going to,
punishment?
if those babies were going to be, and who says it was a punishment to the babies? Because Jesus loves his many children. Therefore, when they were, if you will, unalived, they would be with him and saved from being raised to live a damning lifestyle of all this abolishment that was.
So he dashed them to pieces so they wouldn't use the free will when they grow up.
No, not to not use the free will, but to be persuaded to live a life that wasn't according to his.
So you're squaring the death of the babies by saying they might have did bad stuff when they grow up.
Yeah.
What?
But it's like, okay, so circle back to that. In Exodus, when, he's trying to, when the Pharaoh is throwing all the babies into the river, whatever, God didn't do that.
God did do that.
No, God did not do that.
Yeah, he
He
did.
was trying to get rid of all aspects.
Yeah, but God did it. He does it. That's what the 10th plague is. God unalives the firstborn of Egypt.
That's not the one I'm talking about. That was a punishment, and that was also the mockery of the Egyptian gods. Each plague was a mockery of all the Egyptian gods. But what I'm talking about is when he was throwing the babies in the river, that's the devil trying to get rid of all traces and lines that will get to Jesus. Because when Jesus was born in Bethlehem, he tried to do the same thing with King Herod, getting rid of all infants 2 years or younger. But guess what? Jesus fled to Egypt out of the thing right there.
That is a great example, actually, of the New Testament BSing everybody. And I'll show you why. So that prophecy that Matthew is saying, the massacre of the infants, he's quoting Jeremiah 31. It says, "A voice was heard in Ramah, wailing and loud lamentation. Rachel weeping for her children. She refused to be consoled because they are no more." That's a quote from Matthew, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, and he's quoting Jeremiah verse 15 and saying this is a prophecy being fulfilled about a bunch of babies being unalived in Bethlehem, right?
Mm-hmm.
You ever read Jeremiah 31?
I did, but you're going to have to read it for me, boss man.
Well, let me sum up the fact that it don't say nothing about babies being unalived anywhere.
Does it say specifically that it's Jeremiah 31?
Yeah, he quotes it. Quotes verse 15. A voice has heard it. Here, this is the actual from Here, actually, I'll do both. I'm going to read Jeremiah, and then I'll read verse 15, or read Matthew, and then I'll read verse 15 in Jeremiah. And it says, "A voice was heard in wailing and loud lamentation. Rachel is weeping for her children. She refused to be consoled because they are no more. So Matthew is literally saying this is a prophecy from Jeremiah being fulfilled about babies being unalive. So here's verse 15 in Jeremiah 31. It says, "For thus says the Lord, a voice is heard in Ramah, lamentation and bitter weeping. Rachel is weeping for her children. She refuses to be comforted for her children because they are no more. Thus says the Lord, keep your voice from weeping and your eyes from tears, for there is a reward for your work, says the Lord. They shall come back from the land of the enemy. There is hope for your future, says the Lord. Your children shall come back to their own country." So Jeremiah's not saying anything about babies being unalive. This is about the joyful return of the exiles to Babylon. So why in the world is Matthew saying this is a prophecy about babies being unalive when Jeremiah don't have nothing to do with
that? Well, you got me on that one because my Bible's not in front of me. But that is talking about the...
What do you want me to read?
Her being consoled about Israel.
Yeah, but did you hear the last part I read?
Yeah.
It says, keep your voice from weeping and your eyes from tears, for there is a reward for your work. They shall come back from the land. He's saying, don't cry for those kids, is what he's saying in Jeremiah. Yeah. This don't have nothing to do with babies being unalive.
You know, I'll have to come back.
You know what the land of the enemy is?
What's
back
that,
to their own country?
The land of the enemy?
Yeah, it says they shall come back from the land of the enemy. Your children shall come back to their own country. So where are they coming from, the land of the enemy, and going to?
Egypt. And they're coming back to...
They're coming from Babylon back to Jerusalem. That's what Jeremiah 31 is about. And this is where he actually forms the actual new covenant. It tells you exactly what this is. See, Christians think there's this secret new covenant that Jesus made in the New Testament. But if you just read Jeremiah 31, it tells you what the new covenant actually is. And it don't have anything to do with dying messiahs.
Well, I think that was a foretelling about 1948 when they came back from all across, or that may be something different. You know, I'll have to do a little bit of
Definitely
reading to
different.
touch up on that.
Well, this is about the Babylonian exile. This is what Isaiah's about. It's what Daniel's about. Hosea. I mean, it's got all kinds of stuff about the exile. This is a very important portion of Jewish history, right? So this is what Jeremiah 31 is talking about. That's what leaving the land of the enemy and coming back to their own land is. That's them leaving Babylon, where God put them after he made them eat their own kids. And this is another reason that I say he's an unjust narcissist, because he used King Nebuchadnezzar from Babylon to destroy Jerusalem and enslave the Israelites. And then he punished Nebuchadnezzar for destroying Jerusalem and enslaving the Israelites. That's what I'm saying. He uses people for his own purposes and then punishes them for having been used. Like, this isn't justice. Not even a little bit.
Well, fair enough. I totally get that point of view.
Yeah. Seems pretty valid.
I get it. I totally do. But brother,
you don't agree?
No, I can't say that I do. But right now I can't fully defend my topic because I'm trying to work and I don't have my Bible in front of me. But I'd love to come back.
I got you.
And discuss all this again. It's been very fun.
Every morning, dog.
All right, man. Well, I appreciate your time, and I appreciate
back at you, buddy. I appreciate you coming up.
Yeah, man. God bless you and your community, and good luck, bud.
Back at you, man. Stick around for a while and listen. I appreciate you coming up, man. That was a good conversation. And I was about to say something else to... Oh, yeah. I'm on every day. This is my 55th stinking day in a row of doing this now. You think I'd be going crazy? Maybe I'm getting better at it. I don't know. Sometimes I don't feel like I am. Oh, look at all the folks up in here today. It's been awesome. Let's see. How long am I going right now? 4 hours and 9 minutes. There's been over 3,000 people came through. 3,200. 26 new followers. 28 gifters. Guys, y'all are freaking awesome. I appreciate everybody here today. Everybody. Oh, and once again, I have a 2YouTube channel. I'll put all these replays on. If you don't care, go to my Apostate Ape 2YouTube channel there and throw me a subscription. I'll put all the... You can fast forward through all these rambling stuff, like if you like, I guess. Even though the recordings come out kind of bad sometimes. But anyway, I am on here every day, and this is day number 55 in a row, man. Day 55 in a row. I'm sure it'll end sometime. I don't know when. But the longer I go, the more invested I feel now, I think. Man, I get lost in comments sometimes. That's got to be like 4,000 comments. Well, 4 hours. I have made $4.21. So that's pretty awesome. I'll take it. I'll take it, man. But I mean, the channel is growing like crazy. There's been a bunch of people here. We had some awesome conversations. We actually talked to PMARS for a while, so that's pretty cool. Like, he hollered at me a few times, but it wasn't bad, right? Like, it was pretty good. He didn't say nothing. I thought I was going to have to be, like, real careful about some shit he was saying, too, but I didn't. It wasn't that bad. And I really hope he comes back tomorrow with some prophecy stuff, because, whoa. We're going to get him on that one. That'll be funny. He'll, like, overnight, like, like, Google some prophecies he's fulfilled there. He'll probably come up with, like, really weird ones, though. That's off the rail ones or whatever, or something like that. We'll see how it goes, though, won't we? Won't we? I ain't screwed. Just like Lucifer, to and fro. I like the way you phrase that there, Carl. Oh, man. This is funny shit. Oh, that's funny, man. Well, let's see if a few more of these folks are here. Let's see. See if Infinite Rose is here. Is that what that says?
Infinite, yes, sir.
Oh, what's up, buddy? Are you over 18?
Yes, over 44.
Cool. I'm almost caught up to you. Are you one of the Christians?
No, sir. But
oh, I hear you, man. What?
Go ahead.
Oh, I usually just debate Christians up here.
No, and I get that. It was just a couple of things I wanted to say based on the comments I was reading. If you would allow me.
Just real quick. I'll let you do one.
Okay. I think the elephant in the room that needs to be addressed is the Bible prior to 2,000 plus years ago didn't exist. So the teachings, the prophecies, these are really new age stuff we're talking about here. So that's just what I wanted to say real quick, and I see a lot of people in the comments getting upset, and they're banging their Bibles. And, yeah, they're banging their Bibles, man. They're upset. And so I would just, advise them to look into that. That's all I wanted to say.
Oh, cool. Cool, man. Well, I appreciate you. And yeah, I get, if I ask people, like when PMARS was up here, I would have said, after he left, I would have said, put a 1 in the chat if you think I won, 2 if you think he won. There would be like a mix. Like there wouldn't just be like a bunch of ones not here. I actually like that though. Keeps me on my toes. I like a good mix of folks. Let's see. What we got here? Thanks, Dion. Oh man, that's funny. All right, let's see here. What we gonna do? I got a little bit longer. Already past 4 hours too. Dang it. I can still put the replay on YouTube if it's over 4 hours, but I can't do clips and upload it to an editor. Not without paying a bunch of money anyway. I'll tell you what. Let's do here. Let's try one more. We'll get one more guest in here since we got so many people and Everybody's being so cool. Well, it's been an awesome day, man. It's been an awesome day. I don't even get 2 people. Hell, depends on how fast 1, 2 people goes. That's been an awesome day, though. All right. What does that say?
Hello?
Hey, what's up, man? Are you over 18?
Of course, yes.
Awesome. Are you a Christian?
Yes.
Cool. So which one of these topics you want to debate us on today?
You believe God is a narcissist?
Yeah.
In what way? That he cares for humanity and he wants us to put us in a test before anything else?
No, in the way that he does all this for his own glory.
Well, God is the greatest. God is one. God is
That's what
eternal.
makes
He
him a
deserves
narcissist. He
everything.
does all. It says he made people and does all this and all that and uses people for all to glorify himself. That's why I call him a narcissist.
But surely you would be thankful to the Creator. It depends. Do you believe he exists? Or do you believe he exists but you reject him?
No, I'm an atheist, yeah.
Oh, atheist. Interesting. Well, God is... if someone created me, I'd be thankful for my creation.
My parents created me. I'm thankful to them.
I love
They're the
God more
ones
than
who
my
raised me
parents
and
because
spent money on me and wiped my butt when I was little.
God gave you eyes, a nose, lips.
No, my parents did that.
Your parents gave you vision?
Yeah.
Really? And
My
who
mama
created
grew
your
me in her
parents?
tummy for 9 whole months.
And who made procreation a thing, my friend?
Co-creation.
Procreation.
Procreation. Oh, evolution. It's an evolutionary trait.
Evolution is not a thing, my friend.
Sure it is. It's a proven fact.
No, it's a theory. Just like Adam and Eve is a theory. It's not
a scientific
it's not
theory. Those are also facts.
Scientific theory also proves that prophecy can be an objective thing. Did you know this?
No.
Really? Well, they're both theories, but you decide to pick the scientific theory, which also includes...
scientific theory has a specific definition.
Scientific theory, at the end of the day, is still a theory, my friend. It's one has a bit more proof than the
No,
other.
they're facts. That's what scientific theories are. They're proven stuff.
You can
Scientific
prove
theories
evolution?
explain a body of facts. Yeah.
You can really prove evolution? If you prove it, I'll be atheist right now.
Well, I mean, I can't read you like a whole study or
Of
tell
course
you about
not.
molecules.
Just
and
a
stuff.
quick summary of
But
what
I can tell you
evolution
what
is.
to go look. To me, the best proof of evolution is the endogenous retrovirus in the Human Genome Project, the fusion of chromosome 2. To me, those are the 2 best proof of evolution.
Interesting. Interesting.
You know what endogenous retrovirus is?
Endogenous?
Yeah. Yeah.
When you inject steroids? I don't know.
No.
Endogenous
No,
steroids.
endogenous retrovirus, it's when a virus, there's certain viruses in history that could insert themselves permanently into strands of DNA. So like if we do a DNA test, or not a DNA test, but like break down the human genome, you can see where those viruses are in the human genome because they've inserted themselves there permanently.
Do you want to hear a joke?
Not really.
There is no joke. I don't have a joke. I won the debate. Yes, I won the debate. I beat you in the debate, my friend. You got baked.
Did I? That's what. Alright. Oh, cooked again. Y'all saw it here. I got cooked. Alright, let's try one more here. We still got... Oh, never mind. Alright. Someone was baked. Indeed. Bucky. Isaac. Man, what an awesome day it's been. I mean, there's been a bunch of people in here. The queues stayed popping. We've had no want for guests to talk to, have we? It's been pretty awesome. Nice. Nice, Blazing. Nice. All right. Well, let's try. Still got like 10 minutes. We'll try Boke here or whatever that says. Isaac.
Yeah. Hope you are doing well.
Hey, are you? Yeah. What's up, man? Are you over 18?
Yeah, I'm doing well. Yeah, I don't want to debate. I just have curious questions, if that's fine.
You just want to interview me?
Yeah.
All right. Well, ask me something, and if it's something, something serious, I'll entertain it.
All right. Yeah, it's a debate a former Christian. I'm a bit curious. What changed your mind, and then like what changed your mind? Like you were a former Christian, but now you are on the other side, and then you are enlightening.
Yeah, I actually I started studying the Bible, and it had too many problems, and God does too many bad things for me to worship it.
Oh, like what's like broke the what was the last thing that made you like, this is a lie? Like what made it click and you are like, no, this is a lie, Christianity?
Well, I never really even thought to question it. Like, I knew there were some problems with the text that I knew in my head, but I never really even put it together. And then I watched one of those Zeitgeist movies, and they said the sentence, I remember hearing the sentence like it was yesterday. They said the man called Jesus Christ may have never even existed. And like, I immediately got mad at myself because I never even considered really to even think about that or to question the religion, in fact. And then pretty much at that moment, I realized all these problems were problems because they're actual problems, not just me misunderstanding them. So it was kind of my come to Jesus moment, for lack of a better term.
I get it, because I'm also a Christian, and I've come across some texts, and it's a bit sometimes confusing. And I have a friend who was an atheist, and suddenly he has accepted Christ. So we have debate, and I'm now the atheist, and he's now the Christian, and it feels like he has studied more than I did, and some of the questions I had, he's able to answer them. So I was curious. I wanted to know like what you discovered, and then maybe that would have helped me when I'm talking to him. But I get your story, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem. Did you have another question, or was you just summing up there?
Yeah. So thank you, and I wish you the
yeah,
best.
no problem. Yeah, no problem, buddy. Have a good one. I'll drop you back there. Appreciate you. All right. Well, I think we'll pull it to a close on that one, guys. It has been way over 4 hours now. Let's see. 4 hours and 22 minutes. And I didn't need a bathroom break. I'm a big boy now. Oh, yeah. Let me show y'all something real quick since you're still here at the end. Let me show y'all one of the oldest things I have. I brought it back here in case like the age of shit comes up, like the age of the Bible and stuff. So check this out. This is one of my best Native American artifacts right here. Wish you could see it better. But that has a really nice fade. It's got way more like black to white contrast on it. It's got little speckles and spots. But this is called a transitional paleo point. It's called a Dalton, is what they named them. But this thing is damn near 10,000 years old, man. Nearly 10,000 years old this thing is. This thing was being shot at a giant ground sloth like holy crap, like 5,000 years before the Bible even thought about being something. But that's pretty cool, right? I mean, that's about almost all. Well, there's older points, but that's almost as old as it gets as far as North American points. Paleo goes like 10,000 plus, and there is some older than that, but they are extremely rare. And I mean extremely rare. So check this out. I wiped this out earlier, but this was the Julian coin. This is a Roman coin. I'm pretty, dang it, I wish I could get that where you could actually see it. Darn. Anyway, 361 CE. That's pretty cool. 361 CE, right? So like right around, I don't know, 1650, 1700 years old. Then we got Vespasian, a Roman denarius. 70 AD. I think we know when Vespasian got famous. So that's pretty neat. So that one's damn near 300 years older than Julian. And then we have one of the crown jewels of my coin collection. An Athenian, you might actually can see this one. This is an Athenian tetradrachm. 17 grams of silver. That is Athena on the front. You can see her head and the headdress there. If you got a coin, one of these coins that's got the full headdress on it, they're worth thousands of dollars. Like if you can see that whole crest on her helmet there. And on the back, this is my favorite part. Maybe you can see it, I hope so. That's the owl in the olive branch. Oh, that's pretty good. Yeah, that's the owl in the olive branch there. That AOE means of the Athenians. It's pretty cool. But you can see where these were literally like smashed out with a hammer. Like that's why it's got those big knobs and stuff around it. It's totally cool, man. Totally cool. And that is from about 440 BCE. Now, let me show you something else. I got another one. That's right. I do got another one. Wait a minute. What? Did I miss one? I thought I said all the years. Maybe I didn't. I'll go back if they didn't. But check this out. This is really small. You might not be able to see it. This is the bottom. Ooh, you can see it pretty good. This is a stone Egyptian scarab. This B right here is from 1550 to 1650 BCE. This thing is old as shit. You see it was once a little pendant there? It's pretty damn cool, isn't it? Man, I wish I could get these up a little better. That's an Egyptian scarab. That's pretty cool. I got a bunch of cool stuff, y'all. I'm cool like that. I collect cool things. You know, after I save up for a long time. The scarabs were just like little charms. They were actually dung beetles. The Egyptians considered them sacred because they thought they were immortal. They thought, like, you know, the beetles roll up balls of shit and, like, they go into it and the babies come out. They thought, like, that's why they represent, like, what do you call it, like resurrection almost, like resurrection of the sun and life or whatever. So it's pretty cool. Most people don't know Egyptian scarabs are shit beetles. That's what they is, though. But back then, in like 1550-ish, they were almost exclusively just small little stone ones. And then they get fancier as time goes by and you get closer to like the Roman period and stuff like that. But anyway, guys, once again, I got a YouTube channel. If you just caught me today and you can't have enough, you can go watch my 600-something freaking hours of content now on my YouTube channel. Also, Apostate Ape. Y'all help me out. Throw me a subscription yonder. I'm on here every freaking day. This is my 55th day in a row of streaming. And I went over 4 hours today. What was it? 4 hours and 27 minutes right now. Over 3,000 people have come through. Got 26 new followers. I mean, it's been an awesome, awesome, awesome live. They're always good, though, for real. Like, I'm not even sure I've had like yesterday, I really didn't even have a good conversation all of yesterday, I didn't think, but it's still kind of entertaining, you know. Talk to we had the crazies come out yesterday, but hell, we like them too, don't we? Shit, you can't complain too bad, you know what I'm saying? Shit. Anyway, guys, much love to you all. I'm going to run out in the real world now. But I wish you all peace, love, and happiness. Fight the religions. We got to change some minds and get these religious things going. Ooh, I'm telling you, Rick, sometimes I feel like I overdo it. Maybe it's like orgasms, like short, sweet burst ought to be maybe that's the sweet spot. I'm just kidding. Anyway, Jennifer, have a good one too. I really, really appreciate you all, especially the mods. Rick and Jennifer sit at the right and left hand of the ape. And I take great care when I throw doo-doo not to hit them with it since they're so close. Because that's what apes do. Remember all the monkey fucking and shit. All right. Anyway, all right. I'm done for the day. Shit. We hit the damn button here. Sorry. Guys, we'll catch y'all tomorrow. Thank you all. Later.